Microphone 1, test. Test microphone 2. Test microphone 1. Test microphone 2. Test.
thing?
second.
Okay. Is this the receiver for it then? That's very cool.
And it Welcome. Let's go ahead and get started. Before we start, I have a few announcements.
Okay. Thank you. Sit down carefully. There you go. Fallen before. It's not fun.
Before we get started, I have a few announcements. Attention, please. Thank you. Welcome to KansasFest. I know everyone's excited. I'm amazed by how many things are here in the garage giveaway, and I know everyone has their eye on something. Before we get to the garage giveaway, we're going to do a group photo since everyone's here. So we're going to gather as best as we can in the middle, facing the camera on the tripod where Ken is. We'll take a quick photo, and then we'll have announcements about the garage giveaway, a few rules, and then it'll be a free-for-all.
Those thunder skins should be.
Plug it in, stick it in the dock.
That's how you turn it off. You gotta get in the front.
Yes.
Go. Push your way in there. Pretend to be.
Actually, I'll go around.
I don't think it's gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work. Maybe. Can you see?
I think the front 3 rows need to do the sorority.
Can you see the camera? Front 3 rows kneel down? I think so. 6 rows. Oh, you can see all the way there. Okay. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You should know better.
Hold that pose. Don't breathe. Don't breathe.
You can go home now, right?
This is actually my fault. I kicked out. I disconnected the USB.
Okay, give me a second.
Rules.
Yeah, the rules are new people. If there's more than one, overtake one. Yep. If take only what you need, want second. Me first, 1 second.
Yep.
No flipping on eBay.
Right.
Or at the vendor fair.
Yeah.
And be excellent to each other.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
Those are the most important rules.
okay. Do you want to do this or am I going to do it? Okay. Great. All right. Are we ready? All right. All right. Can everybody hear me? So let's get everybody to the back of the room, and we want the first timers, so new people to KansasFest, at the front.
I mean, he was here in 1990. He's a new.
Yeah.
I've never been there before. What?
Huh? Oh, you get to be at the front. So you get your first
At the front and the back.
at the front and the back. Yes.
You know who this is?
Wasn't it? It wasn't. Oh, I think it's Peters. All right. So just a few quick rules. So now I've forgotten them all, but basically the rules are only take first what you need and then what you want. If there's more than one of something, only take one. Don't flip anything on eBay. We don't want to see these items, and trust us, we have sorted them all, so we're not going to know every book, but we're going to recognize things. And then, what else am I forgetting?
Be excellent to each other.
And be excellent to each other. Okay, are we ready? Yeah, so just a little bit about the history. So we've been doing the garage giveaway, as most of you know, for many, many years. A lot of the items in this particular collection came from two major collections. That was Roger Wagner, who donated most of his Apple II collection a few years ago, and Tony Diaz. And there were several people, both on the committee and in the community, who were involved in rescuing his items from his estate. And we really want to thank everybody who was involved in that, as well as Tony and Roger, for their contributions to the community.
Father Mike was Tony's oldest brother. He generously donated, and the GoFundMe.
Right. And so Sean is reminding me that as far as Tony's contributions, so his brother, Father Mike, was very generous and gave us a lot of his items. And then also to those of you, we had a GoFundMe to fund the rescue of all those items. So thanks to everybody in the community who donated to the GoFundMe. All right, if we're ready, I'm going to count down. Oh, yes, Kate?
We think there might be a binder somewhere in this mess that has a written on it in Peter's page. Can you find that?
Yes. Don't take Kate's folder.
Do we want like first-time people to go first?
They're in the front. Yeah. Okay, so if we're all ready, no fighting, no pushing, no shoving. Okay, calmly and slowly. All right, 3, 2, 1, go!
I want to see this whole thing going out on the screen. Right click on it for a full screen projector, and then 18 inch user projector. On button. Full screen projector. Oh, here we go. Full screen projector preview. So that will help us. So this. Is this totally new line of sight?
Okay, so
Yeah, we probably. I don't know. Yeah. Sort of see. I wonder if we can zoom this, and I wonder if we want to. It does seem like you're very small and a little tiny for.
I'll figure out that. Yeah. It just, I mean, the easiest way is to move the tripod physically forward.
Do that too.
And see if I've got zoom control too. I'll have to mess around and figure out how to zoom in. You're better off just physically moving it.
Yeah.
And that'll probably be less intrusive.
Right, exactly. Now you can sort of see over it to people rather than.
okay. Oh, that's good, particularly for the QA part. And I'll be able to see if they're falling asleep. Oh,
So, how does that sound? Does that sound very?
okay. Does it sound good? Oh, I can hear myself here. And
Back, I can't. I have a hard time with it.
okay, we are testing the sound. Everybody can hear me. It makes me feel very important.
No, yeah, I think that's good. And I mean, the stream's only like the recording's only going to be able to hear what goes into the microphone, so it's good that it's attached to like that.
Okay, so that's great.
There's a,
And
I don't know if there's any way we can get rid of it. Probably not.
I'll mess with it. I'm also hesitant to mess with it too much.
Yeah.
45 minutes.
okay. Okay, and is this what we're going to get on your recording for the virtual one, where they get both the slide and
Yeah.
a picture of me? Yeah.
We're recording all the pieces separately, so it might get composed slightly differently, but
Cool. I just want to make sure they got everything.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think there's. You can probably hear there's a slight delay, and we're seeing if we can do something about that, but it may be. I don't know. So the speaker, this is it's the.
What are you talking about?
No, this. Where's the microphone? This.
It's on him.
Yeah. No, but how does the signal get to the computer?
Wireless to here, a USB sound card over to the hub.
I see. Yeah. There's not going to be any way to fix this.
Okay, well, let's make sure we don't break it trying to make it better.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's exactly the worry. It's not. It isn't bad. It sounds okay out there. It's just actually if you're close enough to hear you speak, your actual voice comes.
I see.
Yeah, in the back it sounds pretty good. Like I can't hear you slightly before the
Right.
microphone, the speakers. Yeah. I'll consult Google while I lunch to see if there's some way to adjust or compensate for that.
I think it'll be fine.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. Okay. And this looks like it's working. So.
And that looks perfect. Thank you for being prepared on that.
Plug it in.
Test.
Happy to be here. If I can do this without dropping it this time.
Welcome. We're about to get started. Before we do that, a few reminders. First, this afternoon, we have the keynote presentation, the featured speaker from Rich Williams. After that, we have a 30-minute break, and then at 3:30, we have a vendor fair. The vendor fair will be in here. If you have something to sell, whether you consider yourself a vendor or somebody with way too much in their garage, show up. There's no reservations. Grab a table, and then the vendor fair will kick off at 3:30. A few of the vendors want to talk about some of their products beforehand, and they'll do that right at 3:30. After that, we'll break for dinner. Meanwhile, all the garage giveaway things are over on the table here. There's still a lot of good stuff, a lot of discs, manuals, hardware. Continue looking through that throughout the week. Please take everything with you because we really don't want to take it back to storage. After dinner, we'll have a hardware panel in here, a hardware repair panel. That starts at 6:45, and then immediately after that, we'll go into SolderFest. So whether you're an expert or have never seen a soldering iron before, show up. We'll find something to do for you. Any questions for me? Yes.
The echo on the sound is extreme, and I feel like I can't understand everything spoken. Would there be any way to ask physical plant if they could hang drapes or something that would absorb the echo of the sound? Because I think that what people say at the mic is the most important thing. If I have trouble hearing half of it, I won't get the full benefit of the comment.
Is it an echo or is it a delay?
I think it's a delay. It might be because we have two mics active right now. Might be picking up the second one. What's that?
Turn it up way high. We wouldn't hear you talk.
I think the secret is to talk quietly.
Okay, if I talk quietly, is that better? I can turn it up more, yeah.
I think it's
That's as high as that
a
goes.
delay thing. So if you're not super loud, I think it'll be all right. Oh, okay. So your mic's probably on.
That didn't work.
Make sure everyone's awake.
All right. How's that doing?
That sounded better to me.
Okay, it's turned down a little bit. I'm also further back. We'll continue troubleshooting. I don't have an easy solution right now. I apologize for that. If anybody has any expertise on the audio setup, talk to me. Yes. Okay. All right. I really appreciate that. If you have not ordered dinner online, do it now and talk to me.
Yeah, that OBS, remember? Did you turn off that channel?
All the channels are off except the mics. I can turn down the gain a bit.
Yeah, everything else is turned off. Okay.
So the camera doesn't have a.
It's off. All right, let's try it. I'm going to turn this over to Paul, and if it's still not sounding good, we'll troubleshoot further. All right, well, thank you.
All right, thanks. So I will try to talk quietly enough that you can't hear me project. Does it sound? Do you hear the echo? Okay, you can't hear me at all. Where's the mic? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I will try to. There we go. Okay, I'm at least audible. How bad is the echo? Okay, so I'll just be very quiet here. Okay, so thank you for coming to the KansasFest that is celebrating the 40th anniversary of the Apple IIc. As part of that celebration, we have invited Rich Williams, who, as part of the many things he's done, worked on the ROM for the Apple IIc, but he's also worked on many other things. So he was okay. I'll try to. The trick here is that I have to not project, or else the echo will be terrible. So I have to talk quietly but close. But anyway, so is this all right? Okay. Okay. So yeah, this is gonna be difficult. I hope this will work. But back to the introduction. So Rich was a Apple employee from 1979 to when?
2009.
4?
30 years.
Oh, okay. And back at the original early days, he was the author. I find this very amazing. He was the author of FID. So surely many of us have used FID, and it affected our lives greatly. But also, Rich worked on the digitizer for the Newton. He was the software lead for, I think, the Newton 110 and 100. Ported mouse text and 65 CO2 support to the enhanced 2E ROM. So has had his fingers in many, many different things that has made all of our lives better. So anyway, I'll stop introducing, and I will let Rich echo at you. So thank you.
Okay. Let's see how this works. How is the echo? Too loud, too low? I see some thumbs up. Okay, that's good. With the echo, it sort of tempted me to want to come up and say, like I'm a stadium announcer, now playing for KansasFest, in position number 1, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but anyway, thank you for being here. Thank you for inviting me here. What we're going to do today is I'm going to share some of my history at Apple, mainly up through the Apple II, from when I started up through the Apple IIc, and then we'll see how much time we have after that, because we want to have plenty of time for a Q&A for questions which you have. And if the sound becomes a problem, wave or do something to get my attention so that we can address it. You've put in a lot of effort to come here to see all the things here, and we want you to enjoy it, learn something, and do all of that. Okay, so starting out, every presentation gets a title slide, so this will be my history at Apple. And one of the things that has occurred to me is we do t-shirts for everything these days. Future archaeologists will probably not call this the Iron Age or the Bronze Age or the Machine Age. We're in the t-shirt age. That man has no logo on his t-shirt. I'm not sure about him. Okay, but so I went up into the attic, pulled down a couple bins of old Apple shirts. I think I have another bin of Apple sweatshirts. And I'm going to try to use those to illustrate some of the projects also. Okay, but I'm going to start a bit before that. When I was watching some of the interesting presentations some of your other speakers have done, they would talk about how did they get into computers? How did they learn about computers? For me, it really started in high school. The only high school t-shirt I had, though, was from the 20-year reunion. I wasn't into buying shirts from my high school. I think most of us aren't. But I started there where, ooh, this seems to be affecting where I stand, too. So I signed up for a special advanced class with computer programming. This is in the early 1970s, around 72, something like that. And we learned BASIC. Now, many of you also started learning BASIC, maybe on an Apple II, maybe on an Atari or something like that. My view of the computer was one of these. This is an ASR33 teletype. Out of curiosity, how many of you in here ever had to use those? Yeah, a few of you have the memories of those. We thought it was pretty cool. We could talk to this computer that was somewhere. We weren't, you know, I know the Oakland school system had recently retired their G15s, which were vacuum tube computers. They had like a mini or something like that at this point. And we had 2 teletypes in the back of one of the math classrooms in a small room that was like the size of 2 closets. Now, teletypes, for those of you who have them, are amazingly noisy. Also, the only way I could really make a backup, I guess I shouldn't wander too far from the camera, should I? I have a tendency to wander and wave my arms a lot. But anyway, they're very noisy. The only way to make a backup of the BASIC program, and I wrote a couple of extremely large ones, was to paper tape. And that would also be incredibly noisy. It's punching out the paper tape. And if you change one line, you have to redo the whole thing again. But one of the things that happened that was pretty funny one day when I was working in the room there, with the teletype clacking away, I was done. So I opened the door and stepped out into the classroom. Oddly, given that it was the middle of the school period, it was empty. I stepped out into the hallway. It was empty. I walked down the stairs. It is empty. I have this feeling, for those of you who ever watched an old TV series called The Twilight Zone, where they'd have some episodes like, there's been a war or aliens and everybody's gone. Actually, they had a fire drill, and I could not hear the fire alarm over the teletype. But that was pretty fun. But I enjoyed that. I also took an electronics hardware class, took that for 2 years, where we started with the elements of radio, spent a year learning all the stages of a tube-based radio and building one from scratch, which included making our own chassis out of sheet aluminum. And we didn't really get into transistors until a little bit at the very end of the second year of that. Then after I graduated, I went to UC Berkeley, where I majored in ECS in the College of Engineering. That's electrical engineering and computer science, a kind of combination hardware-software major. But generally, my view of the computer hadn't changed. Well, it had changed, but maybe not that much. We were still using Hollerith punch cards. How many of you have had to use Hollerith punch cards? Probably more. They're an interesting thing. Been around for a long, long time. So the process of doing a run of a program would be you wait your turn to get onto the key punch to make your changes. You then wait in line for the card reader. Then at some point in the future, somebody behind the counter will bring out some line printer listings that have your results. Then you find out you made a typo and you start all over again. So everybody who has gone through this will tell you that we really learned to check your code over very properly before trying it. What we tend to do nowadays, I certainly do it when I do Python programming, is you think you found the problem, you type it in, see what happened, try something else. It's also at Berkeley that I had my first experience with coding in machine language. And I'm sure many of you have played around with the machine language on the 6502. My first exposure to machine language was on a CDC 6400, which was kind of one of the supercomputers of its day. It had 60-bit words, 18-bit address registers, was ridiculously fast, which didn't make a whole lot of difference to me because I was still having to do things on punch cards and waiting in line. But the computer did its part pretty fast. One of the interesting things with that class is it was being taught by a person who was actually a mathematician. It was a specialty being numerical analysis. At one time in class, I brought in an issue of Popular Science that had an article about the 8080 computer, which I thought sounded pretty cool. And I show it to the teacher, and he explains to me that this does not have enough registers. The 6400 had a lot of registers. It doesn't have big registers. These things are never going to go anywhere. Don't waste my money. And maybe from a mathematician's point of view, that there was some truth there, but we all know differently. Then after that, I took a class in Pascal, which I thought was pretty cool compared to BASIC. Still on the punch card machine. Only problem with the punch card machine is that Pascal, like C, for those of you who haven't programmed in Pascal, every statement ends with a semicolon. The IBM 29 key punch machine with the sort of default keyboard, which is what they had at Berkeley, had no semicolon key. What you had to do at the end of each line is hold down something called the multi-punch key, and then you could punch 12, 7, 8, which were the rows that you had to have a hole for a semicolon. And you get pretty good at that, but it's pretty annoying. Plus, we'll have forgotten many important things that happened in my life. I will probably know till my dying day that the multi-punch for semicolon is 12, 7, 8. And then I went on to other classes that involved microprocessors, digital electronics, and such like that. One of the things that I heard at Berkeley was that one of the professors, this is when I was getting ready to graduate, had a contact at Apple, and the Apple II computers had come out by that time, and that Apple was looking for people. And I thought, what a great idea. I could actually get paid for doing something that would be a hobby otherwise. So I interviewed at Apple. I was very fortunate that they made me an offer to start in May of 1979. And that brings me up to my first day at Apple. Sound check here. Is the sound still okay? Great. So my first day at Apple, sort of like with most jobs, you get a badge, you're shown your office, You meet with HR, they tell you what your benefits are, and you get whatever your workstation is going to be. Apple was still a very small company then. I was told there was about 250 people there. That might be a little low since my number was 356. And I wouldn't have thought that they would have had that much turnover, but maybe that number was just a couple months old. So the first thing we do is we get a badge. That was pretty straightforward. Then we're going to get a desk. And I'm shown where my desk is going to be. Now what they had done is in the Banley 1 building, it's basically one big building that has 4 quadrants to it. There was a map that I saw that got posted online of the floor plan that Chris Espinoza had done about 8 months previous. And there was an area set aside for production. And I think that was Disk 2 production. And they had just moved that out. And they were going to use that for programmers and engineers, of which my manager, who started the same day I did, and I were the first 2 people. So I'm brought to this room, a humongous room, way bigger than this, and plopped down, kind of about a third of the way into the room, are 2 desks and a long extension cord to bring power to it. And those are our desks. And so we're sitting at our desks, and they gave me an Apple II computer, which they had put together out of some parts they had in the lab, because they didn't have the latest run of Apple IIs there yet. And I was sitting at the desk with the manual, and they just told me for the first couple of days, just figure out the Apple II. And it was kind of bizarre to be in the middle of this big room, because people would have to get from one end of the side of the building to the other and walk through the room. And they'd go through the room, they would look at us, Jack McDonald and I, who kind of looked like kids who had been sent for a time out in the middle of this big empty room. And by the end of the first or second day, we just dragged our desks over to a wall, so at least it didn't feel to us like we were in a big room. We could be facing a wall. Then on the second day there, Wendell Sander, who I know you had as a speaker for when they were talking about the Apple III stuff, he had noticed that my Apple II didn't even have an Apple badge on it, you know, the little thing saying Apple II. And he had a couple in his desk drawer, so he brought me one. That is also so that was what my badge looked like on the first day. And that's what Apple t-shirts looked like back then with the rainbow logo. One funny thing with the badge, a couple years later, I was still using the same badge. I was going in between buildings. The peripherals division had moved to a place about 2 miles off from the main Apple campus. And I'm going in between buildings, and a guard stopped me, because in this picture, in the picture on my badge, my hair was permed. Something that my brother did to his hair, and everybody copies what their big brother does. And my hair was back to the normal thing. I had contact lenses, so I didn't have glasses. And the guard would not let me in the building, because that was clearly not my badge. But like a true engineer, I looked at my badge and I looked at the guard and I said, "But I'm wearing the same shirt." And he stared at me and goes, "Okay." Well, let's see what else I want to talk about on the first day. Yes, so like I was saying, the company was still very small. When I met with HR for the benefits package, the lady, Cindy Nagel in HR, one was very happy and proud that they had a benefits package. and gave me a photocopy of a sheet of binder paper that had scribbled notes on what the benefits package was, with the promise that at some point there will be something that looks official. But that was one of the cool things about being with a growing company. One of the other things that happened in my first few weeks at Apple, I'd gone to an electronics show with some friends from college, and we were picking up little free samples of things like dip switches and stuff like that. And I was talking with one of the sales reps and made some comment that I worked at Apple. And he got all excited about that. He said, "You work at Apple?" I've learned to be careful when sales reps say things like this. He said, "I'm going to be right by Apple. Why don't I drop off some more samples?" I'm kind of there, well, sure, that sounds great. I felt very important. Sales vendor was coming to visit me, and I'm just a new programmer here. And there was some little video board or something that I was trying to build at the time. He was going to drop off some samples for that. So he comes, he drops off the samples, we chat, and then he says, "Can you take me to see Rod Holt?" I don't know how many of you know who Rod Holt was at Apple. This was a problem because I didn't know who Rod Holt was at Apple. I just started there. So I'm kind of there, well, I don't know Rod Holt. And he goes, "Oh, well, okay. He'll just phone Rod up sometime," or something like that. And I take him to leave, never saw him again. But then I started to panic because I was there thinking, I have taken samples from somebody, and have I now committed Apple to something? And I started having all these thoughts that maybe my career at Apple is going to be over after 2 weeks. So I look at the org chart, figure out who Rod Holt was, who's like way up here in the hardware group and one of the very early Apple employees that they brought in to do analog stuff and design the power supply. I go and I introduce myself to him. Now, Rod Holt is, first of all, incredibly tall. Looks like somebody who would be happy at a Grateful Dead concert. And he's actually a very neat person, but I didn't know him. And so I explained what I have done. You know, I've got these samples because I work at Apple, and the guy seemed to be wanting to talk to you, and what have I done here? And Rod looks at me and goes, "So you told him you worked for Apple? And he gave you samples?" I'm kind of there, oh God, the axe is about to fall. And you say, "Yeah." And he goes, "Cool." So it was all good. Okay, so my first project at Apple that was assigned to me was something called the DOS toolkit. How many of you know what it is? Lots of you probably. Okay. It was a collection of useful utilities, most of which were mostly done, and they wanted to bundle them up into a disk. This was in the DOS 3.2 days, and ship that. They also wanted me to write a program to copy files from one floppy disk to another. The utility that Apple had would copy a whole disk. So you could copy a disk and delete all the files you didn't like, but you couldn't just copy a file. And my assignment was to do that. And there wasn't really any specifications for what it had to do, just that it better copy a file. Now, slide aside on that, I was at a barbecue about 8 years ago, talking with a friend who used to work at Apple in designing user interface stuff. who now works for venture capitalists, and he asked me what my first thing I did for Apple, and I said that I wrote file copy. And I explained because what I just said, you could copy a disk but not a file. He then shouts to his wife on the other side of the swimming pool, "Hey, Kim, Rich here wrote copy for Apple." And she's there, "Wow, copy and paste are my favorite features on the Apple. That is so cool." And I tried to explain to them that, no, that's not what I was talking about. I'm not sure they ever really quite got it. So the DOS toolkit had a lot of good things for it, or had a lot of good utilities on it. And I wrote FID. And I'm sure you've all heard the story about Fishhead, yes? Yeah. Well, it's true. I named it Fishhead, which stood for File Shover, Helper, and Duplicator. Somebody else thought it meant something slightly different. I think their acronym was, or the words they assigned for the acronym was actually better. But that's what it was. And there was a certain amount of controversy about the name Fishhead. Marketing didn't like it. In fact, the product marketing guy, Joe Shelton, thought we should call it the Apple File Copy Utility, with spaces. And I was kind of there, well, I'm not typing all that in. Even though I got pretty fast at typing Fishhead, I didn't even like typing the whole Fishhead thing in. So it was a big controversy going around, what were we going to copy it? What were we going to call it? And I pretty much had management sold on the name Fishhead because it was funny. It came from a Barnes and Barnes song called Fishheads that I liked in college. Then I was having lunch with another person in marketing that was a friend of mine, and she said that in some meeting someone said that Fishhead is also some sort of an ethnic slur for people from some countries that eat a lot of fish. And I had never heard this. But that kind of took all the fun out of the name of shipping it that way. So I renamed it FID, for File Developer, or File Duplicator, whichever you want it to be. And as it says in the listing, which is probably still too tiny to read from way back there, one of the first lines in the program said, FID really means fishhead in disguise. And so everybody seemed to be happy. It was a short name, it was easy to type. Life is good. Sometime after, and then FID got moved to the DOS 3.3 System Master because they were coming out with the new System Master, and that actually made more sense. But then a few months later, Joe Shelton, the product marketing guy, had been in the line printer room, and he was in there because there were office supplies and such in there too, and I guess I was making a listing, maybe it was even this listing. And he comes storming into my cubicle, and he goes, "You! I just saw it, and it says fishhead in disguise," as though I had betrayed marketing. But then we went back to being good friends. So that was the story of the DOS toolkit and FID. How many of you have played Raster Blaster? So Bill Budge, back in the early 80s, worked for Apple. And a lot of us during lunch, Bill Budge, Andy Hertzfeld, Rick Riccio, John Arkley, you might recognize some of those names, and I would go out, we'd have lunch, and we would play pinball. And Bill was very interested, I guess, less in pinball itself as being able to simulate physics with computers. And he liked doing highly optimized and efficient graphics code. So he was working on Raster Blaster. And I was helping him test it. Because one time he was sort of joking with me, saying, "I will give you $1 if you find a bug." So I'm playing it, and I hit the balls in some fashion. It goes flying through the wall and off the screen, and Bill Budge owes me $1. Maybe I should have just collected. But then we decide to go double or nothing. So while I'm doing printer listings or just have some idle time, you know, I would play this current build of Raster Blaster, and the ball would get stuck somewhere. So now he owed me $2. So we decide to go double or nothing. I think you can tell where this is going. So at one point, I had it up to either a $128,000 or $256,000. Because in a way, it didn't really matter. We were just going to keep going double or nothing, I guess, either until I couldn't get it to fail or I got a house. But my take on the whole thing is at some point we're just going to declare it is good enough to ship. And then it would be back to nothing. Which is what happened there. You know, we finally got to where it had made it through the weekend, and there wasn't any failures. He shipped Raster Blaster, and life was good for everybody. So during all this, showing how when you do something, that usually influences what they ask you to do next. Since I did a file copy program, and they needed somebody to work on the disk routines for a new custom disk drive Apple was going to make, they go, "Oh, well, Rich, he's kind of the disk guy now." So I was working on the software for what, on the marketing side, it's called the Unifile disk drive. Got another shirt. Its code name was the Twiggy disk drive, having to do with the dual file or the dual unit. And Apple was doing a lot of innovative things to increase the storage of the disk drive. You know, with the 5¼ inch drives with DOS 3.3, it's like 143K, something like that. This drive got about 6 times that storage, mainly with a couple of things. One is the bit rate, the size of the bits on the disk were half, so the bit rate was double. So for those of you who have done low-level disk 2 things, one of the code words takes 32 microseconds. With the Twiggy, I'll just keep calling it a Twiggy drive. With the Twiggy drives, they would be in 16 seconds. We also had a double-sided disk with 2 heads, so that doubles your storage right there. We were also doing something where we could change the speed of the motor, which wasn't common then, because if you think about a disk drive, if this actually was a disk, I guess with a very big hole in the middle, when it's turning, when you're making one revolution, there's been more media going under the head on the outside tracks than the inside track. So by changing the motor speed, this is called constant linear velocity rather than constant angular velocity, and keeping the bit density the same on either every track or just groups of tracks. We were doing groups because it takes time to change the motor speed. You can get more sectors on the disk. And so that got us up to the 6 times storage. We also wanted to improve the encoding scheme for better detection of errors. On a disk 2, the 8-bit bytes get turned into 6-bit nibbles. So 3 bytes gets turned into 4 what we called nibbles. The checksum is basically 1 nibble. So if you had a single bit error on your disk and the checksum was just running exclusive OR of all the data in the sector, you would have a 1 in 64 chance of just passing anyway, which for an error detection code actually isn't very good. But the disk works, but the disk 2s worked, since they also had a certain flag byte that was being looked for at the end of the sector. So that improved the error detection, but we wanted to do better on that. And the way you would do better in checksumming schemes is you scramble the data a bit as you do your running exclusive OR. And so you add some rotates in it and then do the XOR. And what that does is when you get an error, it tends to smear it out among a number of bits. So the chances of getting an error that you accidentally think is a good sector because you had a complementary error, like with 2 single-bit errors, that won't happen. The other thing that I wanted to do with this was to achieve what is called one-to-one interleave. On the disk 2, the disk 2 software does a couple passes through the data. The first pass is it makes all the nibbles. So a 256 byte buffer really takes like 342 bytes or something like that, because you've turned it into 6-bit nibbles and the code words for it. If you could do everything in a single pass through the data, pick it up from RAM, do the encoding, update the running checksum, and write it out, or do the reverse when reading it, you could read an entire track in a single spin. And so I was trying to figure out a way of doing that. And it came out with a different way of doing the nibbleizing, where I assembled the byte that would hold the extra bits that are falling off from shifting the bits out to make a 6-bit nibble. And I would always be assembling that nibble byte for the next 3 bytes that we're going to write, rather than doing it at the same time. And that got us to a one-to-one, which was still useful, even though we eventually canceled the Unifile project, because we used that same disk format for the 3.5-inch drives. So then I guess that does beg the question of why did the Unifile get canceled? Well, a couple of things. One is Apple learned making a disk drive isn't easy. There's a lot of precision for it. Making a state-of-the-art disk drive is even less easy. We also had trouble getting media that actually could handle the densities which we wanted. One of the things that was causing problems is that depending upon how humid the air is, this is being explained to me by the mechanical engineers, disk media absorbs some moisture and will expand a bit. And the more humid it is, the more expansion that you get. But it doesn't do circles evenly, usually depending upon how the media was essentially painted onto the mylar. It will expand differently along one axis rather than the orthogonal axis. So we just weren't getting that reliable of performance from it, or quality rather from it. And the 3.5-inch drive was starting to be demonstrated around then. And any of you who have seen a 3.5-inch disk and a unifile disk would just say, given the choice, you would want the 3.5-inch disk. I mean, the thought that you could just take a disk out of the drive and pop it into your shirt pocket was pretty awesome at the time. And so I think that it was the right choice, even though at first, for the Macintosh, they had to come down to it being a 400K drive rather than the 800 and a 60K drive. But we did that with the knowledge that the drive technology is going to get better, and we will get there with the higher densities. Okay, so while doing all of that, I was working on some fun side projects on my own, which also means sometimes when I'm at work and just have some change I can't wait till I get home to try out. And there were a few things that I made. One was a card for the Apple II, where I'm going to confess something here I didn't make a slide for. My first personal computer was actually the Commodore PET. And I bought that before I'd even heard of an Apple II. And one of the things I liked on the Commodore PET was they had graphics characters, so that you could make, little games and stuff like that. And so I made a board for the Apple II that I could unplug the character generator ROM. I had a board with RAM on it that I could put in the character map, or the bitmaps for the characters, and then I could do graphics characters. I probably had one of the first, or a very early Apple II that didn't have an 80 column card that actually had lowercase, because I could make lowercase characters, and I was pretty happy with that. And Wendell Sander came to look at it. I have no idea if that board had any influence on being able to download characters in the Apple III or not. Never asked him about that. But that was a fun side project. My hardware design wasn't that great. I had an awful lot of chips on it. So I don't think there was too much interest in making a product out of it. But it did demonstrate the usefulness of downloadable character sets. Oh, another fun side thing. Around that time, in my first several months at Apple, I was pretty good friends with the head of the hardware lab, and I kept asking him, so what was the Apple I? And he was explaining the Apple I to me and pointed me to some articles about it from when it came out. And then I said, well, can I see one of them? And this was Cliff Houston, and he told me, oh, we have a bunch of them in a cabinet because there was a trade-in program, and I can get you one. So a few weeks go by and haven't heard anything from him, so I asked him about it again. And he goes, oh yeah, I haven't had time, I'll have to look, we need to clean out the lab anyway. And this sort of went on for a while, and every once in a while I would ask about it, and he'd say that he would go get one. And then finally one day I asked about it and he goes, well, I looked in the cabinet and they're all gone. We must have thrown them out. Which on the one hand was too bad. On the other hand, if I did have one, the big problem with having it now would be it's worth an absurd amount of money, but I would have absolutely no documentation that it was mine. So who knows what I'd be able to do with it. But I almost got an Apple one, which was sort of neat. So some of the other projects that I worked on, sort of as side things, one was I wrote a driver for the Apple III so that an Apple II graphics tablet card could be plugged into it. I wrote a program kind of inspired, this is using a program inspired by mouse paint for drawing pictures with the graphics tablet. And used that to make some slideshow demos that we showed with the Apple III at some of the shows and the marketing people used. This was all when copyright issues seemed to be a bit less because I was not much of an artist. So I would just go get magazines or whenever we went to a bookstore after going out for dinner, you could often find me in the children's section buying coloring books. Because that works great with the graphics tablet. You can just trace it out and then you fill in colors. So I did do a couple of slideshows there. You might recognize that. So that was from a Byte magazine cover. That I think was from a D&D Dungeons and Dragons game, Pogo comic strips. And we did use this for doing fast slideshows demonstrating from the profile hard drive when Apple came out with the hard drive. And for those of you, let's see, the Sketchpad 3 program, that's on like one of the Apple III archives that are out there. Peter Petrosky, a guy who does, I'm probably getting the last name wrong. Once I had posted a picture in the Apple III users group of setting my Apple III up. And he goes, oh, you're running some sort of software. I think there was a Donald Duck picture on it. You should post that software. And I said, I'm not posting Disney pictures because I don't want the mouse mad at me. And that was what the graphics, the Sketchpad 3 menu looked like. So that was all kind of fun stuff. And then as disk drives got faster, tried to make something that's sort of faked looking like a cube, rotating. This gives me a chance to take a drink of water. Strangest thing, so I filmed this with my iPhone, and then when I was playing the movie back on my Macintosh, the thing that sort of startled me about it is I could hear the disk 2 seek noises coming from my Macintosh speaker. Oof. So that was kind of fun. Another project that was going on at Apple, my involvement with this was fairly peripheral, but we were creating the Apple IIe. And this is one of the prototypes for it, called the Super 2. Rick Riccio was the person who was working on the ROM for that and did a rather amazing job. We were then giving systems out to the other programmers within Apple just to get it tested as much as possible, because we were trying to figure out all the things that might have gotten broken either by the hardware or particularly with the monitor ROM, since he was making quite a few changes in it. Now, I was surprised when I learned that I still had one of these. It was in a box that I thought was going to be my old Apple II Plus. And after I had started following things on the Apple II enthusiasts group, that a Facebook group, said, oh, I'll start hauling down some of my old computers. And when you do that, this probably happens with all of you too, turns out what you have isn't what you thought you had. And sometimes they're kind of nice surprises. So one of the things that happened at Apple around now, or not around now, around this time, was we had moved software into the newly built Banley 3 building. And we had gone from just having cubicles that were cubicle walls with regular office furniture in them with pods of 4 people, to people actually having their own cubicle. And it was the whole Herman Miller thing with the hanging desk and the hanging file cabinet and the hanging shelves. And we thought that was a cat's pajamas, as they say. And then we found there was this other great benefit to cubicles. Because it was laid out almost like, it's almost like playing adventure where you're in a maze of twisty little passages. There's just all sorts of squirrely things, getting you from one street of the cubicles to the next street of the cubicles. And a lot of us, and particularly in software, a few hardware people, tended to work pretty late at night. And then we felt like doing stuff. So we bought a ton of dart guns. And we would play these assassin games where it's to the last person who hasn't been shot. Then at some point, people were complaining a bit about darts being everywhere the next day. And we switched to those other guns that shoot the little discs. Of course, people then just said there's little discs everywhere, but I guess they weren't quite so annoying. But, people would have different strategies when doing this stuff. We really had a lot of fun doing it. But one of the times, Bob Bishop was playing with us. I know Bob Bishop has been one of the featured speakers before here. And so we're playing the game, we're all running around, we're shooting each other. We get it down to what seems to be one person. And somebody goes, where's Bob? We're kind of there, well, we guess Bob got bored and went home. So we play another game. We're running around, we're shooting each other, having the time of our lives. Still didn't see Bob, but we figured he had gone home. We did 3 games. We're then done for the night. We're putting everything away. And then at some point, Bob walks up and goes, I think I won. And he just found some obscure corner to hide in. But Bob always had a kind of different way of looking at things. So this gets us back to around 82-ish. And Apple was continuing to grow. It's becoming a pretty big company. Apple had reached the quarterly sales rate that would be $1 billion a year worth of sales. And so they commemorated it by giving every employee a set of 4 handmade wine glasses that had an Apple logo on it in a nice little thank you box. And we all thought that was pretty cool. got almost nothing done that day because we were all standing in line because nobody wanted to miss their free wine glasses. But the important thing to remember is that this is 1982. So that $1 billion a year is all Apple peripherals and Apple IIs. It was all the people like you who were the customers. It was really you that made this happen. Another thing that I almost put a picture in, and I probably should have, that shows it was all the Apple II. Have any of you ever seen what a share of Apple stock looked like in 1982? Okay, well, in 1982, because companies print whatever they want. Oil companies will have a field of oil wells. Car companies do something with cars. It's probably all sort of moot now because physical shares pretty much just aren't done. The Apple stock shares, kind of up at the top of the share, showed a beautiful picture of an Apple II. So Apple knew that's where all the, sort of, I guess, who the father of the company was, or at least the breadwinner. The Macintosh project was going along then. They came out, they were working quite hard. I often had a dinner with them. And they came out with the sweatshirt. It was in the box, so I thought it was worth a picture. So there's two interesting things about it. One is it says Macintosh staff on the front, but it's spelled different. And then on the back, it says 90 hours per week and loving it. Because they were sort of proud of how hard they were working. And Andy Hertzfeld gave me one of the sweatshirts, and then I wore it after a Beta Breakers race up in San Francisco. And someone asked Jobs why I was wearing one of those shirts, and he got mad at me that I wore it, but he gave it to me. Okay, so that is getting us up to the time, which is what you really wanted to talk about. Has this been interesting so far? Okay. Have to sort of check on that from time to time, because I know my wife sometimes is sort of there. Yes, I've heard the old Apple II stories. Thank you very much. Okay, so after I was done with the disk drive stuff, I was turning over writing the firmware after I had sort of worked out some of the low-level stuff for the 3.5-inch drives over to someone else. I actually had offers to go to the Macintosh group, or they were forming this new Apple IIc group, and I decided to go with the Apple IIc group. So I'm going to have some of the shirts from back there in this. As you know, or as you may know, IBM came out with their compact PC sort of January that year, called the PC Junior. And so the 2C group the marketing people made this shirt, which is, the Apple IIc, it's not a Junior, and it really wasn't. It was a whole Apple IIe stuffed into a pretty darn small box. Here's one of the prototypes. Hopefully and I know that I've spoken with a lot of you here who your first computer was an Apple IIc, or your favorite computer was an Apple IIc. Yes. So I want to thank you people who made it a success. So the Apple II in a compact form, serial ports, 80-column card, disk drive, Plus we added the mouse interface to it and the 65CO2 on it. And major challenges were making both the hardware and the software fit. I was explaining to some people at lunchtime today, or earlier today, getting the software to fit was a lot of work, but it was kind of what we do. We crunch code and make things fit and optimize things. Try not to break too many things while we're at it and fix it when we do. So I encourage you all to come to Rob's talk tomorrow when he talks about some of the product design issues, because that's really where a lot of the magic was with this. Because making this and making something that wasn't going to melt down just from heat buildup was a pretty amazing accomplishment. And the stuff that I was doing for the 2C, in case people want to ask me questions about it later, was the mouse code and the mouse text and the serial port stuff. Serial ports were a bit tricky because with the serial port and the 80 column firmware, that was where we were most likely to have marketing come back and say, we just broke something important, it's not working right anymore. Figure out what you broke and fix it. Then you can go home. So one of the things with the 2C was they tried this new policy. This is after the Macintosh shipped with the name Macintosh, the Lisa shipped with the name Lisa, of we have to not get married to our code names. So there was this policy where every month or so, it had to get a new name. The first name for it was, or when I was being told about the project, was ELF, which was coined by Mike Markkula, CEO at Apple, because he thought it was, this was what he wanted, a small, compact Apple II, and it would be everybody's little, we'll say friend. That's not the word he used. But, and so that kind of started the name, but it went through Lolly and Chelsea and Zelda and Teddy and VLC and Yoda and E.T. and lots more, constantly changing. I think the only people that we managed to confuse were ourselves about what project are we working on. And there was a football at Peter Quinn's office. Peter Quinn was the person in charge of the entire project. And every month they would write the project name on that football. It was like this orange toy football, as a way of keeping record of it. So when doing the software, which was done by Dick Houston, a very early Apple employee, Ernie Biernick, who later on went to Macintosh and Newton stuff, and me. So we'd be doing ROMs for it. Sometimes we would name the ROM after whatever the current month's project was, or project name was. So it would be Chelsea with a number after it and stuff like that. But the ROMs really weren't that tied to the project name. And then Dick Houston, who had a very good sense of humor, is there, we need to do better with our names, because we could name it anything we want, as long as it was something like 9 letters. So he said, what do we want to make the vice presidents and head marketing people say in project meetings? So we started coming up with names the main one that stuck in my mind was the Bubby Chub ROM. Just because then somebody is going to have to be up there saying, Bubby Chub's not ready to ship. Or Bubby Chub is great. Or what's Bubby Chub? So what was working on the ROMs like? We put in a lot of late nights. A lot of it was just trying to crunch code to make room for it, for the stuff which we needed, particularly with the 80-column firmware, and getting the serial stuff in there also. Sort of making things, since we'd have to preserve points in the ROM, our routines sometimes got broken up in odd ways just so that they could build and fit together, like putting together a sort of Tetris machine, a game program or something like that. And one of the other things when we were working on it is, so what was it like to build a ROM? And there was a little bit of going back to what I was talking about with the punch card machines, where you spend a lot of time waiting for things. Assemblers weren't as fast then when trying to build an entire ROM. So you had to assemble the code. You had to link the code. If you're going to burn a ROM, you have to do a pass through that image file to fix certain checksums in the ROM. You then have to convert it to a binary coded hex file that we're going to burn with the ROM programmer. This is all very time consuming. You then had to erase your EPROMs. Well, we would have a couple sets, but sometimes if you're trying to turn things quickly, you're waiting to erase them, and that could be half an hour or so. You then have to program the EPROMs. So I had some flashbacks to back when I was in college with those darn Hollerith cards, just spending a lot of time waiting for something to happen and staring at your code, trying to figure out what the bugs might be so that you can at least start fixing them. The other thing we did is we got really good at games like Load Runner. And we played a lot of Load Runner. Later on in the Apple building, we got a Defender video game, so we got pretty good at that. Actually, they also had a Defender game over in the Macintosh building, and the person who was like the best one at Defender was a guy named Burl Smith, and he was the hardware architect for the Macintosh, and showing how sometimes your best strategy isn't in the spirit of the game. I don't know. How many of you have actually played Defender and know the game I'm talking about? Some of you have. Okay, the object of the game is aliens are coming down, they're going to capture the people and take them up, and you want to prevent that, because if they capture all the people before you've killed all the aliens, you lose. So, and you have a little spaceship you're flying around as the world kind of scrolls by. Burl, maybe this shows why he was so good at optimizing hardware, realized the best way to get a high score in the game is the first thing you do is you fly around and shoot all of the people you're defending except for one. And then you pick up that person with your spaceship, because your spaceship holds one person, and you fly around and kill the aliens. And then you win, because you finally killed all of the aliens and gotten some humongously high score. But I don't think that was the spirit of the game. Okay, so another thing that sort of happened around this time, let me see where I'm in my slides here. I already talked about the next slide. So another thing that happened around this time, the Macintosh group had moved into Banley 3. You remember before I was talking about the assassins of Banley 3 when we had all the Apple II software people in there. The Macintosh team was sort of proud of what they thought of themselves as their pirate image. And they even had a pirate flag hanging over their building. And I'm not sure which one of us thought of doing this. It was either Dick Houston or me. But we decided that it would be funny if we stole the Macintosh flag. And then we decided it would be funnier if we replaced it with an IBM flag. So we go and get a couple of a white and a blue bed sheet, and we kind of staple or sew them together after we've cut out the lines to make the IBM logo in blue on white. And then on the back of the flag that we made, we wrote with the big Sharpie, "Goobers are us." And we headed off to the Macintosh building late at night. And this is a night that we were working pretty late because the Macintosh people were gone. And there's a fire ladder going up to the roof on the outside. We climb up the fire ladder. Turns out the flag doesn't have like a rope to raise the flag. It's just attached at the top of a pole that's kind of nailed into the wall. And Dick is trying to figure out how to get this thing down, and he's pulling on the pole. And it starts pulling away from the wall. This is okay, but it's making a heck of a lot of noise. And sure enough, after a little while we're struggling with this flag, and I think it was after we got the flag off and we're putting up the new flag, a couple of Apple security guards come up the ladder to see what we are doing. And I'm explaining to them what we're doing, and that no, we're not really stealing it. One of the guards recognized me because I was over there all the time for, heading out for dinner with Andy Hertzfeld and Burl Smith. So he's there, well, okay. And we put the flag up. We go back to a building called the Triangle Building. It's a couple miles away. That's where the Apple IIc group and what was called the Personal Computing Systems Division, all the Apple II stuff was in that building. We go to Waz's cubicle, take some of the scraps of the bed sheets that we had used, put them in his garbage can, and I took the flag and put it in the window of his second floor office where it could be seen from the street, and closed the blind. Waz wasn't in that office all that often. And then we decide to wait for the fun to ensue. And Andy Hertzfeld calls me the next day saying, someone stole our flag, someone stole our flag. And I'm not going to lie to him, but I just keep saying things like, really? That's weird. Apple that weekend had a company picnic at a place called Great America. It's sort of like one of those Seven Flags kinds of things, and an amusement park. And I'm walking around, and Randy Wigington comes up to me because he was pretty sure I had something to do with this. And he's explaining to me that this better get fixed soon because people are really, really mad. So I'm there thinking, okay, this is another time I'm almost going to get myself fired. But I'm just sort of there, oh, really? So the next day, or the next Monday, I'm having lunch with Andy Hertzfeld. I bring the flag with me. But it's hidden in a pouch or something like that. And when Andy went to the bathroom before going to lunch, I put it in his desk drawer. Andy doesn't use his desk drawers very often. And I wait for the fun to ensue. And sure enough, like a day or so later, Andy calls me up and says, "We found the flag. It was in my desk drawer. And I figured out when Woz put it there." But then I finally confessed to him, no, it was me, I did it at lunch. And he thought I'd lied to him. I was there, no, I was just very careful in what I said. So then I think we're all done with that. And I kept a low profile in the Macintosh group for a week or so after that. And then I was coming to the Macintosh building again, thinking it's all blown over. And I'm coming in the building, and there's a guard at the desk, and he goes, "You!" I just get that reaction from people, I guess. And it was the guard, and he had recognized me as somebody who was in the Macintosh building a lot, didn't know who I was, and I guess he told them that for all he knew, it could have been Woz. But it was all good again. They had their flag back, and everybody was happy. So we proceeded on with the firmware. We got things working well. We started doing prototype builds. Of course, we could do a lot of development just on Apple IIe's. But the prototypes are important because then you're doing it on the real hardware. There were some Lolly boards made that were very good that fit in Apple II cases, but particularly for the product design people like Rob Kamel, they really needed to check the fit of the pieces, check that measure the temperatures and stuff like that. So we started getting the units like this coming in, which in some ways were more useful for the mechanical engineers and the product design people than for software, because we need to change the ROMs. And it's a major disassembly if you want to get to the ROMs on these puppies. But they were very proud of them when they presented them with us. The first one that we got, and there was only a couple, and they gave me this unit to start testing with. It was a lot like this one. It was a previous iteration. And the big problem with it was it all had blank keys. And I'm not really a typist. And on a couple of the other ones that we had gotten, we just took a Sharpie and wrote keycaps on it. I decided I wanted to do something better than that. So I went to the Michael's art store, which is fairly close, and I got these transfer decals, of the letters. And then when I was there, saw where you can get these transfer decals, and they have, you get the whole alphabet, and they have the special symbols, at least for most of them, which we have. but they also have them in Old English. Sort of, what you see, Gothic, Bible stuff. So I got those, spent a Saturday afternoon applying them to the keys and lacquering it over because I didn't want the decals coming off. And then I realized if you're not a very good typist, Old English isn't much better than nothing at all. You're just sort of there. Is it a G? Is it a D? I don't know. But yes, Rob Gamel and the others pulled off their magic, and they got the thermals to work, and that got us we're just about ready to ship. And I was coming into work at the Triangle building there, and I was told, we need you in a meeting. So I go to, and that was my manager, Ken Victor, who had told me this. And so I'm going to this meeting. There's a whole bunch of us around the table. There was the hardware people and the product design people and all that, and the manufacturing people. And the problem is on the PVT production line. So the projects tend to have a couple of stages to them. There's EVT, which is like engineering, validation, testing. There's DVT, which is, it's pretty good, but it's not really final. When you get to PVT, that's production validation testing. That's when you think you've got it done and you're just tweaking the production line. The problem was, on the production line, which was in Dallas, Texas, when running the manufacturing diagnostics, they were, I forget what the number was, but it was something up around 80% failure with the disk drives. So it was sort of their project schedule and launch is in danger, we need to go fix it. You, basically all of us at the table. You are all flying to Dallas at 1 o'clock today. If you don't have time to go home and get clothes, buy some in Dallas because you're not coming home until it works. So they ship us all to Dallas, and they had to send everybody because the production line people just didn't know what was wrong. And so you wanted to have all the bases covered. Fortunately, it wasn't my fault. I didn't have anybody going, you. And I think it was just a problem with the setting of the disk drive motor speed or something like that with the test on it. So we actually got it all working within a day. Life was good and it came back. Rob will probably have more details about what they had to fix with that. Yeah, so I took a picture of one of those prototype units, showing that it still boots, it still works. And then in the prototype room there, they had this one, which people can come up and look at if you haven't already looked at that. So then we had our product launch, which was pretty exciting. The people in the core team, we were having this big event that was almost like a revival meeting, the Apple II Forever, at the Moscone Center up in San Francisco. They actually got us to they rented tuxedos for us, and we got to sit in the front row with tuxedos. Now, Ernie and I, this was Ernie's idea, thought it would be cool, since we were renting tuxedos, and Apple was paying for that, for $5 more, you could get a cane like Fred Astaire uses. So we got canes. and which we thought was pretty fun. In some ways, it's a terrible idea because everybody thinks they're Fred Astaire, and if you have a cane, everybody asks for your cane, and they try to spin it. I am pleased to say that nobody got sent to the hospital with a concussion that day, because it usually twirls about 3 times and then sails off in some random direction. But it was fun. There was this big reveal. Many of you have probably seen videos of the launch, because we had Apple IICs hidden under the seats and Apple employees scattered around, making sure they were on those seats. And so at the right time, we all whipped out Apple IICs and passed them around for people to look at. This shirt here is the shirt that we used when we were doing booth duty at various shows or giving talks at user groups about the Apple IIc. And this was kind of when Apple started doing the booth shirts with the custom embroidery for the projects. Woof. Am I talking too long? Nope. Okay. Because we want to leave time for Q&A too, so I'm going to pick up the pace a tiny bit. But we weren't done. We wanted to, I was asked how we could put the 3.5-inch drives on the disk port on the Apple IIc, and that's where the protocol converter came from. Why is it called the protocol converter? Well, it was kind of mapping from ProDOS calls to its own custom thing. We would just call it tunneling now. I also figured I will name it something non-controversial, but that marketing would never do, so they'll just have to make up a name. And it became SmartPort. But all the technical documentation still says protocol converter. And we had to do the 2C ROM upgrade where we were rolling the protocol converter stuff in it, and that was the one and the protocol converter could also potentially be used for a network interface box, but Apple abandoned the project on that. You remember earlier I was talking about the Macintosh group having their 90 hours a week and loving it shirt. Well, the PCS division was going to make a shirt, and I was having lunch with my product marketing friends, and we were tossing names back and forth. And we're there, well, maybe we do 80 hours a week. Maybe we have 80 hours a week and dateless weekends. Maybe we have something else. We kind of decided we liked 50 hours a week. And I thought of 50 hours a week and on schedule. But you got to be careful about saying that because you might not be on schedule. So we came up with 50 inspired hours a week and loving it. Okay, then we're doing the Apple Mouse 2 card. I was working with the team doing that because that needed to be compatible with the 2C mouse, where I had very limited code space for the 2C stuff, and I guess the Apple Mouse card team had a lot of things they wanted to do, and I kept telling them that they couldn't do it because there's just no way we could support that on the Apple IIc. And an interesting thing about 10 years ago, one of the engineers on the Apple Mouse card team ran D&D games, and I played in his D&D campaigns for many years. And then about 10 years or so ago, he commented to me that because I had worn this shirt to a D&D game, just because I thought it would make him happy. He goes, back then, we thought you were a real jerk. And jerk isn't the word that he used, because I was being very dictatorial about what they could and couldn't do, and I sort of had the seniority on it. And he goes, and now I realize you're actually a pretty nice guy. Okay, so a Woz story. Some of you have probably heard of this, though Woz tells it a bit differently. Woz went to a mint one time, and it turns out the US Mint will sell you uncut sheets of $2 bills or of $1 bills. And he bought a bunch of sheets and had them cut, and then with that sort of glue cheesecloth-like strip at the top that like legal notepads use, so you can just tear them off. And he had a lot of fun when going out to restaurants and such, when leaving tips, he would just start tearing them off. And he then later improved on his design and had micro perforations so that the bills could easily be separated. He then had checkbooks made, so it was in checkbook format with single bills you could tear off. And what I was told back then was he went to a pizza parlor and was ordering his pizza and trying to pay with these. And I saw online the other day that he also talks about it happening at an In-N-Out Burger, where they just decided that he was counterfeiting money. And the manager wasn't going to let him leave the store until the government came to haul this counterfeiter away. And finally the police come, or there were some police nearby, and they came in. No, and it sort of got resolved, but the whole thing looked sort of dodgy, and the store just didn't want his money there. And I still have one of those pads of bills. But the way it was, and I did use the bill one time at a meeting at Apple, one of the sheets from it, and I just sort of waved it around and said, "The new Cola laser writer's great." And you get people believing it for at least a couple minutes. Another project I worked on was a Slinky card, doing the code for the ROM on that. That's a pretty straightforward card, and I think the whole project, the software for it was just sort of done within a couple weeks. But then the funny thing with that, Apple, like many companies, has their employee newspaper. And the employee newspaper was doing a story on new products that Apple had come out with that year. So the newspaper is the Bandley Shuffle. And they took a bajillion pictures of us in different poses. But they then, on the front cover, have it look like everybody is admiring me while I am just sort of modestly smiling or something. And here it is, we have the people doing new Macintoshes and printers, 20 megabyte disk drives, and the big story seems to be the RAM card. But the person who was taking notes, I guess, didn't really know what group I was from. So it lists me as Rich Williams of the RAM card group. And I'll be honest, we did not have a RAM card group. Or if we did, I guess I was executive vice president of it. So just a few fun things at Life about Apple. Then I know they want me to stop so we can do Q&A. Halloween was always a big deal at Apple, and we would have parades, we'd go wandering through the buildings, and we'd have a big beer bash, and it was just lots and lots of fun. Now the picture that has the guy with the rainbow, oh, I need to go back a slide. If you look on there, sort of in the middle next to the ladder, the guy with glasses and a beard, that's Joseph Friedman, who was the engineer in charge of the Lyron disk drive. Lyron disk drive was named after his daughter. And in Hebrew, it means something along the lines of the love of my life or the light of my life or something like that. Just wanted to give him that acknowledgement. Because we also had the dual Lyron drive. And these units, when you see these are probably from the PVT build. There was a lot of them. It was just about to ship. And well, I have some speculations. It was nothing to do with the product quality as to why they canceled it. But they did. They decided that the single ones were fine. Oh, but anyway, so in this picture here, there's the guy with the rainbow apple shirt on. That's Mike Askins. He was the one that did the firmware that's inside the Lyron drive, which is to 2 megahertz 65 CO2. The person to his side is me in my Halloween costume. And you can't really see it in the picture, but there's glowing red eyes. And I wanted to make something with LEDs that glowed, and I wanted to do interesting patterns. So I made a little itty-bitty 6502 system that really had a very simple clock source. It was running off like a pack of D batteries strapped to my belt. And I could put in code. The only thing it could write to was the latch driving the LEDs. And there was a EEPROM on it so that I could program it with code to do different patterns. Now I found while I was doing this that I really wanted to have 1 byte of RAM. So think for a second. If you had no RAM and needed just one extra byte, how would you add it? Any ideas? Yes? Leave it floating on the bus. What was that about the bus? Leave it floating. Just relying on floating data. That's an interesting idea, but no. Okay, but we got an idea. Here's the thing that then occurred to me. If I don't have any RAM, I don't have a stack. But I've got one more register because I can use the stack pointer. So I thought that was pretty clever. Okay, this is another Halloween picture. And at some marketing sales meeting or something, they had a play with people dressed up as Apple products. And Harvey Lateman was there, and he asked him for the Apple II costume, and he wore this for a number of Halloweens. So I'm throwing that picture up in case any of you are wondering what to dress as for Halloween. I thought it was quite clever. Oof. Is it a problem if we run slightly over? I'll ask these schedulers here. Go for it. Okay. So we talked a bit about the friendly competition with the Macintosh group. When the Mac 2 FX came out, Jean-Louis Gasset, the vice president or whatever the position was called, in charge of hardware, on his car got the license plate Open Mac because the Apple II, or because the the Macintosh 2 had slots. Harvey Laitman, with the Apple II, who is the software manager for the Apple II GS project, then on his new car got the license plate Open Apple II, and so since it had always been open, he put the registration date as 1977. Okay, later stuff that I worked on. Apple IIe enhancement ROM, folding stuff from the Apple IIc into the Apple IIe, mouse text, more compatibility on the 80-column firmware, and we put some other old features from earlier Apple II ROMs back in. Apple II GS, worked on the memory manager for it, did a lot of demos with video digitizing and slideshows. Did similar stuff for the QuickTime project. Worked on the tablet driver for the Newton message pad and was the software lead for the 110, 120, and 130 projects. Worked on the iBook and later the MacBook. And then, so I guess I'm talking to you, Joe. Is 8 bits enough? And the answer is very much a resounding yes, especially for the right kind of projects that you can take advantage of that. And so I just wanted to bring this up because here is some examples of a couple of quick projects that I did. Well, on the MacBook or on the iBook team, where I was really bringing expertise in from old Apple II projects. So one was we were doing a remote control for the iPod, for an early iPod and the iBooks so that you could control iTunes. It has 5 buttons that are inputs and a serial output. And I was asked if I could do this, and I did this using a microchip PIC 508 controller, which is an incredibly simple architecture. It's got like 33 opcodes, 2 levels of stack, 24 bytes of RAM, but that was really all that you need for doing this. Now they have a calibrated clock in it. That's within 1% or so, depending upon what your temperature range is. And something that we didn't talk about with the Apple IIc was we had some serial port accuracy problems that you might have heard of, where the IIc didn't use a crystal on the serial ports, and that was a problem at higher baud rates. And Apple had to retrofit those machines. So I was talking, and the serial port here, there actually isn't even serial port hardware in there. I was just bit banging it out. And I was concerned about serial port accuracy. And I was talking with the microchip engineers about it and saying, well, it looks like we're just barely making it. And they go, well, that means you're good to go if you're just barely making it. And my attitude was, no, that means I don't believe it, because I've been there before with the Apple IIc when they said we were barely in a spec there. But then something that I realized with this was that there's 5 push buttons, so I only need to send out 5 code words for indicating buttons. And the way a serial port works, it's normally high, your start bit is it goes low, and then you pick up the next 8 bits, and then it goes high again. And if your clock is starting to drift, much like with disk drives, the error will accumulate and get worse throughout the byte. But I only needed to send out five different code words. So as long as I put the ones and zeros in the low order bits, which come out first, I could actually be 20% wrong with the clock, and it was still going to be okay. So we did that. So showing that even if you're doing something with an 8-bit controller, and if it looks like it's not going to make it, if you make sure you really understand what the parameters of your problem are, you can do a lot more. Then, last project I'm going to talk about is how 8-bits saved the PowerPC chip in one of the iBooks. So we were coming out with one of the iBooks and learned that, kind of towards the end of the project, that the PowerPC chips had a reset issue, and they would not properly reset coming up out of power, or when you turn the power on. IBM or Motorola, whichever it was, understood the issue, but it was going to take them months to turn the chip. And we were just about to do the PVT build and start production on hundreds of thousands of machines. So this is when 8-bits came to the rescue. The chip vendor told us they understood the problem. They couldn't fix the chip quickly, but now there's something with hardware chips called JTAG. Have you heard of that? Yeah, sort of like a long serial register in the chip that's used for testing chips, and you can also set options in the chip by sending commands out through this JTAG port. And they could if we could send the right bits through the JTAG port, they could enable some delay lines that would make the chip come out of power on reset properly. So then the question was, how are we going to do this? Well, if we go back to the previous slide, I had just done a project with an 8-bit chip. It was an 8-bit chip. It was an 8-pin package, which 2 power, 6 I/O pins. JTAG takes 4 signals. So I had just the right number of pins to have reset in, reset out for the processor, and the 4 tags with the JTAG signals on it. And by doing a run length encoding of these thousands of bits that needed to be sent over JTAG to enable the processor, or to enable the delay lines, the chip could then come up out of power. And they quickly turned the board to add that in there. It was a well understood thing. We did one test build. I spent a great deal of time staring at a logic analyzer, making sure that I had the right bit stream in there. And it just barely fit within the chip, although we could have gotten one with double the ROM space in it. And that saved us building hundreds of thousands of iBook sales. So yes, keep those 8-bit skills handy and a processor that you like in your back pocket. Oof, that was that. So that's coming to the end of my talk. So we're going to have some Q&A. Now, I've sat through a lot of Steve Jobs presentations, and the best ones always had just one more thing. And actually, I guess I have just 2 more things. One is I want to emphasize I've been made to feel very welcome here. Thank you all for that. Make me feel like a hero. If you want to know the real heroes of the Apple II story, look to your left, look to your right, look in the mirror. It's really been the customers that made this happen. No, all those sales didn't happen. It is because of people like you and clubs like you that the enthusiasm is still there. And I can be pretty confident that 20 years from now, there's going to be posting on whatever online discussion groups are then, and somebody is going to say, I just tried to power up my 8 granddaddy's Apple II. It booted right up, and then smoke came out the back. And there'll be 50 people saying, it's magic smoke, welcome to the club. And the other person that we couldn't be, or the other people we couldn't be doing things like this with are the great organizers of events like this. So I want to bring Paul up here to thank him. This man drove an hour and a half This man spent an hour and a half driving to pick me up from the airport, and I brought him a pair of those billion-dollar Apple II wine glasses. Yeah, you're very welcome. Okay, now we're for Q&A for however, until they pull the hook out to drag me off the stage. Okay, I'm going to request that when you ask your question, say it loud. One for my hearing, and the other is because when I watch some of the videos to see what these talks were like, every once in a while there would be, that was a great question, great answer to a question. I wonder what it was. I will try to do this. Speaking in your outside voice will help me hear it too. I'm also getting up there a bit. So the question was, when we're changing the names. Yeah. And was what part of the process? So was it a way of avoiding it or doing industrial espionage? So your question is, as we changed the names, was it trying to sabotage the people who were spying on us? I think it probably was, since I was just sort of the recipient of the names. I wasn't always sure how they came up with them, but I think a lot of it was to avoid things coming out in the press, particularly as things get closer to shipping. If a rumor magazine says something like, the Bubby Chub is about to ship, people don't know, is it a ping pong table or is it a new CPU or who knows what. So certainly adding some confusion to it. Yeah, that's a good question. I think it also gave many people in management the vanity of naming things after their kids, even if it was only for a month. Any more questions? Yes. Oh, that's a smart woman.
Thank you so much for your program and all of your insights. It's amazing. The ProDOS users disk has a slot assignment recognition program off of its main menu, and it has code for recognizing various types of drives, a clock card, things like that. One of the things that it lists is unifile slash duofile. You discussed the unifile. What was the duofile going to be?
Okay. So the question is, what was the dual file? That's an excellent question.
No, I'm sorry. Not the profile, but you had discussed your role in the Twiggy drive.
Yes. So Twiggy was the code name for it. Unifile was the marketing name for it. Duofile was 2 unifiles in a single box, much like with the 5 1/4 inch drives.
Okay, thank you.
What was the origin of the? What was the origin of the keyboard?
Live stream.
What was the origin of the keyboard switch?
Oh, on the Apple IIc? So the origin of the keyboard switch, to the best of my knowledge, came from wanting to be able to make systems that would have a US character set and a foreign character set. Now, in the US one, I suppose they could have used the switch for US English and English English, but instead they use it for switching with the Dvorak keyboard. But a lot of it is giving you the ability to switch keyboard layouts. That's a good question.
So you worked on the Apple IIgs project. There's always little rumors going around about Apple may be holding back the 2GS, such as the processor speed and such. So at Apple at the time, was that your feeling that Apple corporate was holding back the 2GS, or was it more of just keeping the costs down or availability of faster chips, etc.?
I think that was about as fast as we could make it at that time. Certainly the emphasis was starting, or was in the process of switching to the Macintosh. And since Apple's still there, I guess you can say there was some, that at least it wasn't too bad of a decision that they made. But I do think that the 2 lines certainly could have had a lot more room to run there. If we had opened it up to potentially other processors, for example. Okay, well, I will repeat a question that gentleman asked me last night that I told him was a good question. What might I have done differently on the Apple IIc? And I would say 2 things. One was while I had questioned not putting the crystal in there, when the hardware people said it was fine, I just kind of went, okay. And I think I should have pushed back harder on that. 2C was having difficulty making their cost goals though. So that was, and crystals cost money, so, and I'm sure that was part of their decision on that. The other thing that I actually kind of wish that I'd pushed harder for, though I don't know if it was physically possible. One night I was at the Macintosh building playing either pool or ping pong. And Steve Jobs asked me if I thought the Apple IIc should use the SCC chip for their serial ports. And I thought that was a great idea because that would be sort of a growth into networking with local talk. I thought it was good for the Macintosh because it would encourage people to make the peripherals taking advantage of SCC features if they had Apple IIs that they could sell it to. And I think it would have been a win all around. But I don't know if, and I thought Jobs was just going to sort of dictate that that would happen, since he kind of had the power for doing that. It didn't happen, and I don't know why, or if. But I could also see it being an issue just with the physical chip size. The SCC chip was a larger chip, and that box wasn't going to get any bigger. Okay, but you asked me that last night, and that's, I guess, a couple of the things that I would have at least pushed harder on. Okay, I think now you finally don't have to put up with me any longer. Oh.
Oh, I didn't remember. I don't remember.
Okay. Rich, there's a question that came in from Discord from Steve. He's curious why there's a version of the Apple IIc when you enter PR#7, it comes back and says Apple Talk offline. Very intriguing. So it must have gotten pretty close to having Apple Talk in order to have that error message in there. But can you describe kind of what might have been the plan or what happened there to sort of explain that?
There was a plan, or at least a hope for it. So the question being, it seemed that in the ROM 02 that we were going to support networking, and then we didn't. So the idea was there. We were turning the ROM. No, I had designed this protocol converter thing and didn't name it Fishhead. But, and we asked the team doing, Fern Bachman and company doing the school bus card, what is the minimal support that they could put into the ROM that would allow them to do a box that would plug into school bus for, which is sort of local talk for the Apple II. And so they did that. And then it seemed that school bus got de-emphasized. I don't really know the details about why that was decided though. Okay.
We actually have one from YouTube as well. They want to know if that was composite out color on your Apple III for the beautiful Apple graphics tablet images that you showed us, and also if those images are archived anywhere.
Well, they're on my compact flash card and a bunch of floppies back at my house. And it must be really good, and it must be a very good archive, because I hauled them down from the attic after 30 years or whatever, and those floppies work just fine. I haven't given them to anybody to post online. Sort of as I alluded to earlier, I'm a little wary of the whole intellectual property thing, and we have to be careful of that. Rumor has it that Disney is sensitive about stuff like that.
Thank you. Oh, was it composite out, or how are you getting that color out of the Apple III? Because it doesn't really look like an Apple III color.
The colors that were there?
On the artwork, it felt like these are, wow, the Apple III does these colors?
There There's a 140 by 192 graphics mode in the Apple III, which gives you 16 different colors. And I like that because any pixel can be any color, and you don't get weird artifacts when you're dithering to make blends of them. I had argued for that mode to be supported in the Apple II GS. And when I talked with Steve Glass, who was in charge of the toolbox group that had the graphics tools, apparently, and for reasons that weren't totally explained to me, supporting that graphics mode caused problems for Pascal. And then he asked, how many people have bought my graphics tablet program? And I had to say, well, I've given it to a couple people, and I've got nice pictures right here. And he said they were very nice, and he was very sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, on to the next thing.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Okay, and next up is the vendor fair. So we'll sort of clear out this space and have people set up. So we'll meet you back here in a half hour-ish.
Very front of the room, but by the time you got to the middle of the room, it was easy.
Need any help with the sound? I didn't. Let's try this again. How does this? Yeah. How does this sound? Not at all.
This is not working at all. Working. It is not working. Yeah, I'm troubleshooting audio here in the room, so bear with me a minute. We're getting set up for the vendor fair. Should be going in about 20 minutes, and I'll turn the camera around so everyone can see. Test. Test. Is this any better? Anybody hear me? How is the sound quality any better? Is the volume good? Alright, I'm not gonna mess with it anymore because I'll probably make it worse, but test. Is this any better or worse?
Yeah, see, he was. Let me turn this off. Yeah, but I just want to turn off so I'm not on mic. Probably here.
What's up?
How do we make this dead?
How do we turn it off?
Put it in the case.
Oh, it's live no matter what?
There's a mute button, but I don't remember which one it is. I would just
Probably
if
that
you want
one.
to talk,
Hello?
take it out.
So when he was wearing it, it was pointed like this because it was slipping down. It's got to be like this. But even still, yeah, I hear a
Test. Test.
So how are you splitting the signal?
Testing again. Is this any better? Still some lag.
Yeah, it's not it's not the same. It's a little better.
Test. Test.
It's getting a little bit better, but it's kind of dead. So are you
Or I'm trying to get the mic. Test. 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 That is not helping here. Test, test, test. Nobody can hear me in the room. Test. Test, test, test. Can anybody hear me in the room? Test, test, test. Right, that doesn't help us here.
Well, I'm just thinking, it is like
Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Test.
I don't think I adjusted. But still.
Test. Test. How's that sound?
Grab something you're reading, just block and see and give it rather than just one word. Let's hear something to read. Read that. Seriously.
Nothing to read there. I'll read.
Read something.
All right, I'm testing this again by reading Sophistication and Simplicity. In the end, I hope there's a little note somewhere that says I designed a good computer.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. How's this sound in your ear?
There's a tiny bit of lag. There's a tiny bit of lag. It sounds better.
Yeah, it sounds better.
Do you think it's better?
A little.
Yeah, it's. Is there audio from the black speaker?
I think it
So picks up from the microphone, passes into this box, passes in OBS, we get it sends it to the amp, and the amp sends it out. So there's a electrons can only go so fast.
Right. But
the other
do you
way,
think OBS is killing it then? Because OBS is notorious. Kind of big. Yeah.
the way that one could do it is to take the microphone input, split it, send it there, and send it here. And that would get rid of it.
It's possible that you can split it inside the computer. Like you may not need a physical split. The computer might be able to route it.
That's what I'm trying to do right now. So that's what I'm trying to do. I think I have audio routed around OBS, but there's still some lag. It might be this final interface. I have an idea. Is this stream audible? Can I get someone to check the stream to make sure it's still coming through there?
You could also move the quote.
We can pull the wires to maybe the center speaker.
We could also, what we probably do is try the mics. If we can figure out a way to we can
Yeah, we need to record it though. That's the problem. We need everything going into OBS to record it. Can someone check the stream and make sure it's still showing up out there? In the end, I hope there's a little note somewhere that says I designed a good computer. Steve Wozniak.
I think the guy must have solved
Slowly.
Yeah, stream's behind. Can the stream hear me? Do we have a 3.5 millimeter in over here? Do we have an analog input on their mixer? Oh wait. On either of these, do we have an analog in? No, there is one back here. There's an analog on here. So let's.
I think they're all.
I need someone to check that the stream is still working. If I broke the stream, then I have to go back. Can someone go check the stream and make sure I'm coming through? If that's still working, then I'll try bypassing.
One idea that you have, I will check the stream, is to just have two microphones. So have their microphone go just to the speakers in the room and have them wear that too. It's a little scary though. Because I mean, like,
They won't be able to check what we're getting recorded at right now. All right, I am testing right now. We're having a vendor fair. Am I audible? If I sound decent, post a comment in the YouTube chat, please. Testing. If I sound decent, post a comment in the YouTube chat, please. Anybody hear me now? Anybody hear me now? It's a little odd, okay. Is it good enough on the stream? Okay, thank you. Let's try again. Is this better? Okay, so it's good on the stream, and it's pretty good in this room. Tiny delay. I'll try running an analog cable, see if that helps. What? Yeah, no. I can turn the volume up. How's that? Am I audible? 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 Okay, I'll leave it like this for now.
Sort of just
Hmm. Hello. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello, Ron. No, not at all. I'm just testing. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Terrible. That's bad.
It wasn't this morning where everybody was on the walk.
This morning was a mess. Joe. Joe. Oh. It feels like it's. Well, it feels like it's not really like here. Can you hear myself?
Oh, I can hear you.
Through the speakers?
Yeah, it's mostly just bass.
Yeah, why is there so much? Because even this morning it felt like there was a lot of bass, didn't it? Or this afternoon. So what are you doing anyway?
I created models. These are all unique, but I don't know discs.
Yeah, I see. You're that guy. That's great.
He's OCD in a different way. The other OCD is angry.
Hello. Hello. Hi, Ken. Does that sound any different? I'm clipping at the very top.
Test, 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 test. Test, test, test.
Where's the enable button?
Test, test, test.
Hello?
Tim.
The loud noise was not me.
I like how it's got just
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow.
Oh, it's hard. It says here. So it's just troubleshooting and what inspires you and you make things and what inspired you to make that thing. So who's doing this moderating? This troubleshooting. This is the camera. The light turned off on the camera. Light is on the camera.
I wonder how I'm feeling. There's ringing in my ears. There has to be a voice to play my part. There's someone out there shining, and all I really want to know. Oh, won't you show me the way every day? I want you day after day. Hey.
Joe, did you work magic? I did it. Did you work magic, Joe?
So my tech support consulting fee is
And I can introduce you.
yes. Is this thing loud enough? Can you all hear me? Don't know if they can hear me or not. He's just gonna like play music. Baby, when I met you, there was peace unknown. I set out to get you with a fine tooth comb. I was soft inside. There was something going on. I
Now you gotta sing
do
the
not
hard
know.
parts.
No, I don't know the song. That I can't explain. I also don't know this guy. I don't know what's. We got something going
What?
on.
I'm not singing. All right, everybody. I think we are ready for the hardware panel. How do I sound? Good, bad, indifferent? It's pretty good, better than earlier. Too echoey. Okay. What? Yeah, but then it sounded like it was clipping. You hear that? Blah, 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 blah. Yep. Okay. I think we're just going to get started. So this is the hardware panel with otherwise known as Stump the Chumps. And you can ask them any question in the world and they will give you an answer.
Yes.
Okay, and then after that, we have Solder Fest. So stick around if you have things that you want to solder. We don't actually have any specific projects. We also don't have any equipment. So we're sort of relying on the audience to provide all that. But we are here to help out if you do have things that you want help on for soldering. But other than that, I'm just going to turn the mic over to Joe and Ron, and they can introduce themselves and just kind of go from there.
Hey everybody, how you doing? You enjoying KansasFest so far? We like it. Can I get a heck yeah? Yeah? Do it? Awesome. So my name's Joe Stroh-Snyder. This is Ron McAdams. I run a little thing called Joe's Computer Museum on the internet where I tinker with old computer hardware and things of that nature. Let's have Ron introduce himself real quick.
Well, I mean, you just introduced me,
Oh, okay.
so
Well,
that's
you know.
okay. But hey, everybody, it's Ron from Ron's Computer Videos. So I want to thank everybody on the KFest committee for all the hard work that they have done to make this event possible. I want to thank everybody that's sitting here in the audience today, and I want to thank people at home for taking time out of their Wednesday evening to spend it with us.
Absolutely, absolutely. So the whole thing about this panel is to get questions from the audience about hardware, stuff about the Apple II or maybe even the Mac, or even just general repair questions, thoughts about diagnostics, anything like that at all, and see if we can figure it out. Maybe you'll be able to stump us. Maybe there will be prizes. There won't be prizes.
And not
But-
just computer stuff. If you've got questions about other things
Yeah.
like, are you putting too much salt in your grandma's tomato soup? The answer is yes, but we can probably help you diagnose those things too.
Anybody have anything they want to throw our way real quick? Come on now. Yes.
Yep. It's okay. We'll get to everybody. There's an entire hour to fill.
And if we don't have enough hardware questions, we'll just like do jokes or a stand-up routine. It's fine. Sure. No. Any ways to revive a CD drive in a computer? Very good question. This happens a lot in the Macintosh community too.
Yes.
Many times those old CD drives, what's happened is the tiny little surface mount capacitors have failed. And that causes lots of signal issues, power up issues, issues with the motors. So many times your first check, other than does it turn on and does the drive open? I mean, that's for the first step, is to then look at those capacitors and see if they're faulty. And you can tell that because they'll have stinky fish, smelly goo all over the place.
Yeah.
They'll leak all over the place. And many times those can be removed and then repaired. The downside is you got to dig into the hardware and do the repair on that. So, yes. So, Chris, a really good suggestion. If you don't need the physical media, if you can get a disk image of the CD that you want to use, an alternative to repairing your CD drive is to replace it with something that can emulate a CD drive, like a Blue SCSI, or I don't know if there's another solution out there that does that, but I know the Blue SCSI does that. And if it's just like a SCSI CD-ROM drive, you can put an ISO or a toast file or something on that Blue SCSI, connect it, and then it just replaces the CD drive, and then you don't have to worry about the disks anymore. So, yeah.
Yeah. Actually, before we take any other questions, we've got someone else who's joined us here. I'm going to pass the mic down. Oh, we've got more people.
Here they
Even
come.
more people.
Yes.
Finally, hey.
So the real experts are here now. So I'm just going to like take a nap now, if that's okay.
That's my job.
Here, I'm going to pass the mic down.
Hey, I'm DJ. A lot of y'all know me. You might have seen me on Facebook. Justin Scott's my name on Facebook. I go by DJ though.
I'm Sark. Most of you guys know me. Real name is Ian.
Yeah, the two of us run the repair/hangout room every year here. So yeah, if y'all have anything that's broken or you got questions or whatever outside of this, feel free to come by and talk to us.
Cool. They've got real reasonable rates too. It's you can typically just go in there and it's a kind word and a handshake. And these guys do some
maybe a beer.
amazing work. Yeah, maybe a beer.
So y'all got started a little early, and we were hacking on some stuff up there. So Paul came to grab us. I've missed any of the questions that y'all already asked or what y'all said, but only one. Yeah.
You didn't miss it by too much.
I mean, I guess that's what this was supposed to be, right? A Q&A type session, or bounce stuff off of us, or yeah. So, anybody got questions?
More questions?
California Games block. And it's the title screen. It shows a little animation, makes a little name, makes the flying noise of the start for a little bit, and then it's going to go. But I'm going to save this drive and then switch it to another. Yes. It's fun. I've been able to save every expansion card on my card.
Could you guys please repeat the entire question?
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, so what you've got?
So for the people listening at home, the question was, the gentleman here has an Apple IIgs with 3.5-inch drive trying to boot California Games Blockout. And on that machine, it does basically weird things. It makes a bing, a noise, and then doesn't work. But the entire setup in a different IIgs works just fine. And the question is, why?
Now, is this working? Now, does the 2GS that screws up with California Games work with other software? Do other disks work in that? Okay. In the control panel, do you have them both set to the same? Is like one set to slow and one set to fast? Because if you've got it can screw up the timing on on some of the disks if it's set to fast, which shouldn't affect 2GS software so much, but if it's got copy protection or something on that disk, that might be something weird. So I would check that.
Here in the front, yes. Yeah, so the question was, in some of the early Apple IIs, if you plugged the power supply in, you said to the wall or just to the board?
The power supply, or what cable are you talking about?
I think what he's asking.
Okay.
I'm so trying to.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah.
Okay.
I think the question he's asking is he's heard that if you plug cables in wrong, you could damage something, which is a really common problem on disk 2 drives that had that flat ribbon cable that plugged into the disk controller inside the computer. If you plug that in backwards or off a row of pins, you'll blow something up in the disk drive. It can actually damage the controller itself too. Wouldn't damage the rest of the computer, but that's beside the point. Now the Apple IIgs use D-sub connectors for everything, and they physically won't fit in backwards. You can't put them in upside down. You can't put them in the wrong socket. The only things that are close are the keyboard port and the serial connectors, but even then they won't fit.
Okay, we can take that on the side and answer it.
Yeah, we could talk later.
Yes.
Another Apple IIgs question. I've got a high-speed Apple II SCSI card and a blue SCSI, and my computer would not recognize blue SCSI.
I can do this one.
If only
I can
somebody,
do this
if only
one.
we knew somebody that knew something about the blue SCSI.
It's external. It's the DB25. The question was, I have an Apple IIgs and I have a high-speed SCSI card, and when I plug in, it's the external blue SCSI, DB25 version. It does not work.
And that's because if it's the high-speed card, it does not natively have SCSI termination power. So there is a way you can modify your card. You just add a diode, and what it will do is it'll give you the 5 volts on the proper pin, and then you don't have to use like an external power supply. Okay. On the high-speed SCSI card, there is no power that is provided through the SCSI port. So you can do one of two things. The first thing is you can modify the SCSI card, you add a diode, and what it'll do is it will apply voltage, 5 volts on the appropriate pin. The blue SCSI will see that, and boom, it'll just be powered through the port. Or you can use a external, like a cell phone style power supply and a micro USB cable and power it that way. I did that for a long time. I think that Eric Helgeson with the Blue SCSI project actually has pictures out there now, at least maybe on the project page, on how to do that modification. But if you talk to Joe or I after the panel, we can get you set up. Yeah, because like DJ was saying, it could be a termination issue with that device and the chain since it's not powered. So
Yeah, I mean, since it's not powered, then there may not be enough power for the terminating resistors or something along those lines. I mean, if you have too much termination or not enough termination on a SCSI bus, then you basically don't have reliable or any communication.
I say go for the 10 meg profile. It's twice as good.
Bigger is better.
The 10 meg profile works with the 5 meg profile. The 5 meg profile works with 10 meg, works with 5 meg profile. And with the 10 meg profile, what really is a 5 meg? Interesting. Given that there on Amazon, these are the next from 10 meg profile. Is it possible of the unique from 10 meg profile, swap that 5 meg profile, and thereby use the altered 5 meg profile car is a full-on 10 meg profile?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, sorry, I was.
Question is, can you reflash the 5 meg profile card with the 10 megs firmware and have it be able to read 10 meg disks?
Yeah, and the answer is absolutely. They're the same exact card. It's just the ROM's different.
I mean, the main thing is that the geometry of the disk is hard-coded. So you can't take the 5 meg ROM and read a bigger disk that has a bigger geometry, but you can change what it knows about that disk by reflashing the ROM with the 10 meg version.
Anyone else? Anyone else?
Does somebody want to give me a softball question about Macintosh stuff? It is. It's a little bit of cornstarch, and the itching will go away in several days. I verified.
I still think I should get tested. So on a dual disk, sometimes you have a floppy in drive up the dual disk very rapidly to control that reset twice a second. It will sap the disk in drive one. And remember, at least unmovable and unreadable. Nonetheless, is it likely that leaves most of the data intact, such that if you were to do a scan with it, just like an applesauce or something, other than the first track, with the rest of it,
So the question was on the Duo disk, if you very quickly restart your machine like twice in a row, that it will destroy sort of the disk catalog at the beginning on drive 1 and render it unreadable, at least by Copy 2 Plus and other disk copy apps. But is the rest of the data unaffected, and can the catalog be rebuilt to access that additional data?
I mean, I know you already asked me this last night, which is why you're asking them, but
Maybe. Possibly. Don't do that.
yeah.
I think that's what the librarian at my grade school said. Don't do that. Just because it can destroy your data, and I'm not really sure how in 2024 how you get to a point where you could rebuild that catalog without like extensive knowledge on what's on the rest of the disk. What was your advice yesterday, Sark?
Well, the problem is that the right head gets pulsed on for a short period of time, which means it's going to scribble all over wherever the head happens to be on the disk. So chances are it'll wipe out the directory track or wipe out whatever it happened to touch whenever it was writing. But
whenever you first turn on or you do a reboot, you hear the drive go. That's the return to zero, so it knows where zero's at. If you happen to trigger that while it's stepping that back and the right amplifier gets turned on, more to I think what you were trying to get to with your question, wherever it's at, when that right amplifier blasts, it's going to essentially erase whatever is in that track, or even while it's stepping back. So some of the data on the disk could be damaged beyond that. But if you had been close to zero, track zero, and you do that same thing, it's going to be exactly what you're talking about. It's not going to boot, it's not going to have a catalog, or at least it's partially corrupted enough to where it doesn't work right.
yeah, it's like taking a big black marker and drawing it across a page of a book. I mean, data's still there, but you obscured it, damaged most of it. But it depends on how bad it was damaged. You might be able to recover something. But if I talk to echoes for bad.
When you're doing development, you're doing it on how to download some code that was really good, and you're trying to save it. There's no disk 2 on that machine. Story is that you know how to do this. Don't retard it. Wow. We were told once about that. We didn't have to code it.
So the question I think is, there was a situation, an old story where somebody had developed some stuff, but they didn't have a way to save it. They needed to put it on a disk. While the machine was still running, they came up and shoved a disk controller into it, and then they could do whatever they did. Yeah. So the big thing with that story, I don't know the details of the background behind it. I mean, it sounds like it wasn't booted off a disk in the first place. So then you wouldn't be in a DOS basic, so you wouldn't be able to actually save to it. But if you go into the monitor, you could write code to dump that into the disk. Yes, cards can be inserted and removed while the computer's in use. It's not recommended. If you don't do it just right, you'll end up shorting some pins. At best, you're just going to have the machine crash. At worst, you know, something may actually get damaged, but it's kind of unlikely. The reason why I went ahead and grabbed up this question is because you were saying, you know, is it possible to insert or remove, especially a disk controller, while the system's running? I don't know if any of y'all know what Diversidial is or was. It's a multi-user chat program that was run on Apple IIe's. A lot of stations out there, what they would do is they didn't want to boot off of a cassette, which is the way that they normally do it, because the way this works is that, you know, you've got 7 slots in your computer. You put a modem in every single one of the slots hooked up to a phone line. People dial in, and 7 people plus somebody on the console can all chat with each other. Well, it takes 3.5 minutes, if you're lucky, to load that software from cassette. And anybody who's loaded stuff from cassette on an Apple II knows that you probably need to do it 3, 4, 10 times before it actually loads successfully and you got your volume and your tone knob set all right. And if there was a power outage and you're trying to restore your services, you don't want to do that. Anyhow, that sets us up for, they would boot off of a floppy, pop the floppy out once it was running, pop a modem back in, and then run with the system. So yes, it is possible to remove and insert cards, but it's not recommended.
Now, I have some personal history about that. I tried to do that with a Disk 2 card, and half of my hair fell out. So maybe, you know, be careful.
So the question, so the question is that the 3.5-inch drive or the disk is stuck inside? Because well, I mean, it's certainly always possible to get something that's stuck out. I mean, 5.25-inch drives, I've seen them get stuck where the mechanism just gets jammed or broken and it won't come out. A really common fault is with the 3.5-inch drive where you put the disk in and then it won't come back out again because there's a little tiny gear in the eject mechanism that's broken. These days there's 3D printer files for it, and the home 3D printers, DJ's been able to print them, can do them now, at least with the high resolution resin printers can make those gears. Another problem with 3.5-inch drives specifically is the lubrication. Even if the gear is okay, the mechanism is all gummed up with old grease. And even trying to use a paper clip to eject it sometimes doesn't work because the mechanism is so stuck. And in that case, you have to take the drive apart. But they can be repaired.
And just kind of as an aside on that, since he brought up the gears and stuff, I have about 50 or 60 of those gears that I printed out. They're up in the repair room. If y'all have 3.5-inch floppies that have never had that replaced, it's going to eventually blow up. So, you know, if you want to get it replaced or if you got one that's dead and won't, you know, the symptom behind that is like you hit the button to eject it and it goes and the thing never comes out. The original nylon gears, they get brittle over time, and like he was saying, when the lubrication gums up, it's just requires too much torque of that thing, and it self-destructs. He and I have been running them on our 3.5-inch drives, and I think Javier has a few of his drives running them, and we haven't had a problem with the replacement gears yet, but yeah.
Yeah, the earlier replacement gears I used to get from Shapeways, and those work pretty well too, but the ones he's printed work great. What kind of resin is that you're using? Just regular, whatever. whatever the Elegoo printer uses for.
No, I think I actually used like Sunlu orange trans opaque, or I can't remember. It was just a standard opaque resin. I had bought it for a different reason because I thought it was a different color than what it actually turned out to be. It was more yellow than it was orange, and I was trying to do something that was orange. Orange is really hard to do with a resin printer because of the way light works.
Ironically, the gears he managed to print look exactly color matched to the old gears that crumble.
It's like, the nylon gears were originally white, but over time with the grease and everything else, they end up turning more yellow. When we, what was that, Joe? I didn't hear you.
It's like cheese gears.
Cheese gears, yeah. So when last year, when Sark replaced the gear in his primary 2GS just proactively, we noticed that the one that he pulled out looked almost exactly the same color as the ones that I had printed. So I took like 5 or 10 of them, maybe a little bit more than that, including the original gear, put them on my hand and walked up to Javier and said, can you spot which one is the original? And he looked at it for a little while and picked up a couple of them and looked at them, and then he goes, finally, he's like, this one. He was right, but it took him that long, and he's seen enough of those to know.
I just thought it was funny because it was an accidental color match.
Yeah,
You didn't even
no,
try.
I-
It just happened to be the resin you had.
I'm not going to use this, let's try it. Lucky.
The question is that how often does something fail on a 2GS motherboard that would cause it to boot up for about 30 seconds and then stop? Now, when you say boot up, you mean it was actually loading from disk for 30 seconds, or it was like just kind of coming up, getting to that sliding Apple screen, and it would lock up? Yeah, no, it's. I mean, if it is a hardware problem with the machine, I mean, the 2GS motherboards I found to be incredibly reliable. You almost never see a failure with the board itself. I've had some bad RAM chips. I've had a bad IWM that may have been my fault. In general, and I've somebody here this week had one with a really crazy fault that I'd never seen before. But generally speaking, the 2GS motherboards are incredibly reliable. I would tend to lean more to like a memory expansion problem, dirty connections between the RAM card and the system, bad power supply, noisy power supply that's glitching out whenever you put load on it. I mean, certainly you have to run diagnostics, right? Run memory tests, go through and check the individual parts and figure out what's going on with it. But occasionally, I've had to replace the memory chips on the motherboard of a 2GS occasionally. It's not a super common failure. And if you run the control open Apple, solid Apple reset, if you run that diagnostic, it'll go through and test the memory. It's a pretty basic memory test. There's a better one out there, the Mega Memory Tester 2GS, written by Jeff Weiss. That's a really good memory tester. There's a bunch of others that'll be more thorough. But no, I actually have had to replace those chips before, but
Did you say if you had experienced this issue without any expansion RAM in it. So just with onboard RAM as well. Sure. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and you were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, could just still be power supply instability. I mean, if you.
Yeah, I mean, it could be power supply instability. Also, you said it happened after you removed the CPU and plugged it back in, right? Yeah, yeah, it could be the CPU socket. Like those original sockets are kind of delicate, and I don't know what kind of pins the Apple Squeezer has. I've never seen one. Does it have the thick square pins on it, or does it have like thin round ones? Because I know one problem, like there was a product many years ago called the Pet Vet for diagnosing Commodore pets, and you take the 6502 out, you plug the Pet Vet in, and it would basically replace the RAM and the ROM. The machine would run. You could figure out what was wrong with it. Problem was, if you used that and then went to try to put the original CPU back in, it wouldn't work because the Pet Vet pins were so much bigger they had destroyed the CPU socket. So that also could be what you. Yeah, I mean, it could be any number of weird issues. Like, what were you booting off? Were you booting off a floppy? Were you booting off of a hard disk controller? Because it could be a problem with the storage. It could be, there's so many things that could be going on here, too. I would tend to lean toward maybe the CPU socket, especially given the circumstances, but I'd have to see it. No, I've recapped a bunch of SE30s. I said, you asked if I'd recapped SE30s?
Would I? Or have I? Yeah. Has the machine worked when I was done? No. Because kind of like our friend Steve says very often, all of the fixable SE30s have already been fixed. So I would say that, yeah, it's a recap on an SE30 is absolutely going to probably be required in this day and age. But the chances of success, if it hasn't already been done and hasn't had the battery out, really, really low. It just seems like those machines are just very, very weak. Thankfully, there are SE30 reloaded boards out there in our ecosystem now that if you are willing to put in the work, you can transfer your components from a donor board to the new boards. And I know that people have had a lot of really good success with that. Machines that were basket cases that were not able to be revived kind of in their original state have been able to move the unsourceable chips over to a new board, and that machine has new life. That said, it's still an LC2 with 128 megs of RAM. I'm not sure how sacrilege. I'm not sure how great an SE30 really is. I know people love that machine. It's okay. It was a great server machine for a long time because a business would buy one of those and they would basically park it somewhere and run Apple Share and turn the monitor all the way down and just forget about it. And guess what? All those machines look like that and act like that nowadays. So a reloaded, try a recap. If it doesn't get you where you want to go, there are people out there. Will with KMac Vintage or KMac, is it?
It's KMac Vintage.
Okay, I got it right. I know that Will does a lot of that type of stuff. He's got that special mind. He's got the patience to do that type of work. That would kill me, all the bird shot on the back of that. But yeah.
But in general, yeah, the SE30, as with most of those Macs from that era that have that leaking capacitor problem, they need to be recapped. Like, hands, even if they work right now, the sooner you recap it, the best chance of success you'll have. Because if it sits there and corrodes, the problem is that fluid that leaks out of the capacitors is corrosive. It'll eat away at the traces. It'll wick under the chips. It'll make a real mess of the board. If the sooner you can clean that up and get those old capacitors off there, even if you just like, if I don't have time to work on a board, but I see it's leaking, I'll just take all the capacitors off, wash it, and then rebuild it later. Just the sooner you get that corrosive crud off the board, the better. But certainly they're plenty fixable, but varying difficulty depending on how bad they are.
And Sark's 100% right about washing the board. It's because there's a lot of times that you can recap the board, everything looks okay. You do that round of cleanup with IPA, drink a couple of IPAs, and then you test it, and you realize that it doesn't work or sound is bad, and you've got shorts under those chips.
Yeah.
And so the only way to really do it is like ultrasonically clean the board, or there are kind of community methods and
I just put it in the
accepted
dishwasher.
methods. Yeah.
Yeah, I just put it in the dishwasher. But no, getting that crud out from under the chips is really important, and making sure it doesn't keep corroding too, because I see this happen on like Amigas and things where people will clip out the old battery, clean up what they see a little bit, and it works, and then just like the corrosion, the gunk is still under chips, and it sits there eating away, and eventually the thing stops working.
Or like all the people that have taken the clock capacitor out of their Xboxes, and they were just like, clip, good enough. And then in 6 months, their Xbox is dead because it finally ate through the rest of the layers of the board.
So I guess what he's saying about replacing the capacitors on the SE and stuff is if it doesn't smell like fish yet, go ahead and replace them. If it does smell like fish, definitely get in there.
Yeah, the fishy smell is a dead giveaway. Now note that you must recap it only really applies to things with the surface mount electrolytic capacitors, the little silver cans that leak, SE30, Mac LCs, that kind of thing. The original SE, the Plus, 512, 128, those don't have that problem. Oh yeah, no, you're right. The 2E card has them. Even the Super Nintendo has it. The Super Game Boy cartridge for the Super Nintendo. The Next Cubes. Game Gears. That's a different kind of electrolytic capacitor. It's that little sideways mounted thing, but still, it's the same kind of problem. There's a lot of stuff from that era. That whole fix it now or forever hold your peace.
I will say that recapping that Apple IIe option card is probably one of the most challenging recap jobs on any Macintosh. Forget the G5 iMac with its 50 caps. Those two caps on the IIe option card are just like Mount Everest. I'm joking. Of course,
I
I'm
don't
joking.
remember that being a problem.
No, it's not a problem. That's, yeah.
It's been a while since I
It's
did one, but I don't remember
the
it being
simplest recap job.
that was a one beer problem. I mean, come on. Yeah, you want fun? Recap a next optical drive.
The silicon.
Yeah, the question was on the post-Intel Macs, i.e. the Apple Silicon Macs, what Apple II emulators will run on those? Chris Torrance's will. So, and he's a KFest alumni, so why don't you try out his?
Wait till tomorrow.
Sneak peek. Sneak peek. Other than that, I don't know. So if these guys know, they can answer that question because I don't use emulators that much. Virtual 2 works.
So Virtual 2 will work fine on Apple Silicon or AMD. used it with no problem. What are some other ones? Does anybody else know? Jay. MAME, is that what you're? Yep. Okay. So Jay Kraft is saying use Ample, AMPLE. That's another good one. And then, like there are several of them actually that run just in the browser. So mine is one of them. Mine is Apple 2TS. There's some other Apple, emulators that run in the browser, and those will work on anything. Yeah.
What, he's asking how you wash the circuit board. Well, I just throw it in the dishwasher. I put it in the dishwasher. Yeah, just use regular detergent. Oh, I use detergent. Yeah, I just don't use the heated dry. Or you could also just use if you just want to do it by hand in the sink, you can use Dawn dish soap, water, toothbrush.
The main thing on anything like that, I mean, water getting onto electronics is only a problem if they're powered on, usually, right? So the thing that you have to be careful about if you're using water and cleaning your board like that is that after you're done, that it's completely dry everywhere. Because like underneath the chips, it'll, capillary action and surface tension will keep it in there, and in between the pins inside the sockets and stuff like that. So what I'll end up doing is, as my last step after I've rinsed it, I'll dunk it into isopropyl alcohol, because alcohol is hydrophilic or hydrophobic, hydrophilic. Yeah, that's it. It wants to pull all the water out of that. So that gets a lot of that out. And then I go to an air compressor, or if you've got like compressed air can or whatever, blow it all out till it doesn't stop, till it stops, misting any water or you see any streaks coming down. You'd be surprised how much it can hold even after you think it's dry.
Yeah, and regarding cleaning boards with water, I mean, the only thing you really have to watch out for is if you have incredibly hard water. Mineral deposits, again, rinsing in alcohol would help. Or distilled water. Get a jug of distilled water and use that as a final rinse. But regarding those washing circuit boards, when they make these things, when they were new in the 80s, when they made these things, they washed them to get the flux off. In an industrial board washer, which is basically just a dishwasher, but bigger and a lot more expensive.
What do you think about the idea of using sort of low acidic cleaners, like maybe Simple Green or whatever your local
Simple
equivalent
Green
is?
will work. I use Dawn dish soap.
Right, sure.
Whatever, or Cascade Complete.
I've had really good luck with using like Simple Green or like whatever the Menards equivalent is, just because it is kind of got low acidity and it does seem to kind of break up stubborn stuff on there. We've got really like, our water is not the best. I don't know that I would necessarily do some of those other things, but it's good to hear experts kind of like say like, no, these things are good if you've got like the right set of circumstances and all that too. So
yeah, no, that's fine. Simple Green works well. When I was rebuilding a lot of arcade monitor chassis, I used to wash them in the dishwasher, and then I'd take all the electrolytics off first because they're all bad and need to be replaced. I'd wash them in the dishwasher and then bake it in the oven to dry on the lowest setting with the door propped open a little bit to get them. Worked great.
And in addition to that, using the isopropyl and compressed air to dry them out is really good. One thing that I've done is, and this just happens to work for me because I have it in my house, is I have a dehumidifier, just a room air dehumidifier, and it blows air straight up. So I will just pop the board into that dry airstream, and in about 30 minutes, it is baked completely dry. You could also just put it in a sealable container with some the silica gel beads to suck a lot of the moisture out as well. And the cool thing of that is once the silica gel beads change color to let you know that they're used, you can bake the beads and use them over and over and over again.
Oh, and the air conditioner units at Rockhurst were great for drying boards on. No, I washed plenty of stuff in the bathroom sink and dried it on those air conditioners.
Yeah.
There was one year in the garage giveaway that there was an Apple IIe that was in there that somebody picked up, they put it back, somebody else picked it up, then the keyboard came back. And I grabbed the keyboard and I was looking at it and I was like, these keys feel really stiff. I can probably, fix that. I flipped it over and looked at the PCB side and it was just completely covered in dried soda. The entire thing, I think somebody had poured a soda into the keyboard. I washed that thing meticulously over and over again between hot water with soap and pouring some alcohol on it over and over again in the sink of the bathroom at Rockhurst. And then we put it on his air conditioner.
Yeah. Well, was that the same year I had the Apple IIe from the free pile that had the somebody had made a spider out of blue painter's tape on top of it because it's full of dead spiders. You couldn't even see the motherboard. Yeah, somebody had made a spider out of electrical tape or blue painter's tape on the top of it to signify this one has spiders in it. And sure enough, yeah, it's full of dead spiders. You couldn't see the motherboard. I washed the board, took that all apart. I washed all the boards in the sink of the bathroom, dried them on the air conditioner. We're fine. But yeah, try to avoid getting. Basically, you shouldn't wash a keyboard unless you absolutely have to. You don't want to get water in the switches if you can avoid it. But that one was, I think that one had already had 2 liters of Coke in it, so it didn't matter.
Well, I mean, it's also important to know what kind of keyboard, what mechanism it uses, et cetera. So like a membrane style keyboard, that's a lot easier to wash because whenever you take it apart, you've got to peel the membrane off of the thing. Whenever you start getting into actual key switches, that's where what Sark's talking about comes into play because some of those can be, they're not supposed to ever get any moisture in them, so they may not have a plating on some of the contacts, and then they start to corrode, and it becomes much harder to revive that switch later on. And but in the case of this one, it was something from the garage giveaway. Somebody obviously practically threw it away a long time ago. It ended up here. Somebody adopted it, unadopted it, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take a chance on this, and it worked out well.
So it's probably okay to go ahead and wash my foam and foil compact luggable.
I mean,
okay, what?
no,
I mean, you can only do it once. But
Well, I mean, if you rewash it, then you put new foam in it.
Yeah.
It gets all the crumbs out of it.
Yeah, I guess the reason why I said no was because that's, first of all, if you had any of those foam foil discs that are still working, it would destroy them, but it's not going to actually fix it. You need to go talk to Kevin at Tech Select and get a set of those foam and foil replacements.
So I was curious for an Apple IIgs that had changed the power supply originally because you have cars that have more draw on them. It's like the go-to modern solution, the mini ATX replacement is that recommended.
Well, my opinions on power supplies are different than others. I just fix the old power supplies because they're a really good design. I just fix the old power supplies. I have not been particularly happy with the current modern replacements.
I mean, like there are some situations like what you're talking about that you can take an AT or an ATX power supply and pull the things that you need off of it and, jumper it to where it's going to work. One of the things that concerns me about some of the modern replacement power supplies that we have, they have so much more wattage output than what you need in a 2E or a 2GS. Because like the original 2E power supply, across all of its rails, it's only 35 watts. If you put a 300 watt ATX or a 500 or an 800 watt ATX in there and something goes awry with your 12 volt rail, it's going to put out a lot more than that 30 watts, and you're going to start vaporizing traces and stuff like that. And, all these modern, all the way back to the 80s, switch mode power supplies have what's called a crowbar circuit in it. It's supposed to detect that it's shorted and shut it down. But if you have a dead short on something that can't take that much current, it may still shut down, but only after it's turned, copper into vapor.
Well, and also you said you had stability issues with cards. Like what cards are you putting in there that's causing a stability issue with the original supply? What cards are is this working? Oh, sorry. Which cards were causing stability issues where you needed a larger power supply? No, the slinky cards take a lot of power. The CFFA, not so much.
It may depend on what USB or CF card you got plugged into too.
Yeah, that's true. One problem I've run into with 2GS is instability, especially if you've got an accelerator, a lot of memory, a lot of other stuff. The problem is less the power supply and more the traces on the motherboard. And adding like a reinforcement trace across the back for the 5 volts in the ground can help. Also the connector, making sure the connector is actually making good contact, because sometimes they're not so great. But the power supply itself, usually it's enough. And honestly, some of the replacements you see that are sold specifically for Apple IIs, they're not any bigger than the old ones were, capacity-wise. If anything, it might be a little bit worse on some of the rails. I just working on a 2E that somebody had that had a lot of weird problems because the minus 12 volts rail had failed on the replacement power supply. And that's something I've seen, modern aftermarket, that's something I've seen multiple times with the modern aftermarket supplies, with the negative 12 volt supply failing, which on a 2E causes unsynchronized picture. The floppy drives appear like they're gonna work, but they don't. Yeah, I know.
Another question.
Context.
We have time for one more question.
One more question? Yeah, so we had somebody else. Yeah.
So Alps key switches do not clean easy. Like you can't get away with just dumping alcohol in and tapping on it like you can with cherry switches. There actually is a way to take those switches apart, and you can clean them manually. There are guides out there. People have gone into great detail on how to take Alps switches apart and clean them and fix them. And you can do that without desoldering them. You can actually take them apart from the top of the board. It's just really, really tedious, which is why I try to avoid getting any liquids into the keyboard if at all possible.
Regardless of what kind of keyboard.
Well, yeah, but especially Alps.
Disk Authority has a lot of good information on how to disassemble those different keycaps. But they're not, if you have one that's absolutely destroyed because of some sort of corrosion issue, or it's just so super oxidized that even if you take it apart, you clean the, it's buckling, whatever.
Yeah, the little switch mechanism.
Yeah, the switch mechanism. You can still find replacements out there, and just desolder and solder a new one in.
Well, you wouldn't find exactly the Alps switches that are used in the 2GS key or the 2C plus keyboard there's something special about them. They're not easy to find that exact one. You can get modern replacement Alps switches that drop in and work just fine, but they're not going to feel quite the same. So if you have like 4 or 5 dead keys, what I would do is just take like some of the number keys or some of the keys you don't use very often, replace those in the main keyboard area, and then replace the seldom used keys with new modern replacement switches. It won't feel exactly the same, but you're not like touch typing some of those keys, you know?
There is a manufacturer that makes key switches that are very, very close, not exact, but very close to the original Alps keys. The manufacturer is called Matias, M-A-T-I-A-S, and I believe they're based in Canada.
Yeah, those are good switches. I mean, I've used a bunch of those.
And you just unsolder, they pop right back in and replace them.
They will feel a little bit.
They're a little bit
the same.
They're a little bit less clicky.
Yeah, but in terms of functional replacement, they're fantastic. And I've had keyboards I've just had to rebuild with those because they were too. Yeah, you can get those. You can get those Matias switches on Amazon, like $25 for a keyboard's worth of them.
All right, let's thank our panelists for doing a great job. All right, so that brings us to the end of this session. After this is SolderFest. So if you do have projects that you want to do, feel free to come down, plug in your soldering irons. If you guys have anything you want to work on, and if it's if you can bring it down here and work on it maybe instead, that'd be awesome. And speaking of the audio issues, we're going to try and solve some of the remaining feedback and echo and everything like that right after this. So you might hear us testing that. And otherwise, we will see you in a few minutes at SolderFest. Thanks. Thank you. Hey, Jim. Yes. It actually sounds a lot better online, and we're also recording it, and they don't hear any of the echo. So it sounds actually much better if you're actually listening to YouTube.
I'll have to ask you that question tomorrow.
Okay.
Find out tomorrow.
Yeah. I have a talk. Tomorrow afternoon about my emulator. So.
I hope I'll be able to understand.
I know. Yeah.